County is on this beautiful, sunny, gorgeous day. It's my pleasure to call to order the June 27th, 2023 meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And with that, I would love to invite Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool up to lead us in the invocation for this morning. Good morning, Betsy.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Would you join me in prayer? God, thank you so much for this beautiful day. Lord, thank you for this country that we get to live in. It's 1 week out from the 4th of July. And Lord, I'm reminded we have freedom. And God, we're so grateful for that. It's hard won with much sacrifice. But for most of us in this room and listening online, it's a gift that's been given. And to whom much is given, much is required. And so, Lord, I pray for this meeting this morning, for our leaders in the room. God, you've given us much with this freedom. Let us lead well into the future for the county that we're privileged to serve. In your strong and mighty name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the reminder of the precious freedoms that is our responsibility to bear and to further. So thank you so much. All right. With that, I'd love Supervisor Heidel to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any changes or comments from the board on the consent calendar?
No changes.
No changes.
What about the agenda? Approval of the agenda?
I do believe CAO
Yeah.
has something
So,
to let
Thank
us
you.
know. Yeah.
Yes, so a request from staff to continue item number 52 to the July 25th meeting.
And that is for anyone watching, the Building and Planning's Department's code enforcement on the amnesty program adoption. So once again, you said July 25th,
Yes.
it will be continued. Okay.
I have just a comment, Madam Chair,
Yes, absolutely.
on item number 16, for which I am totally supportive of, but just wanted to make the comment that I look forward to the possibility of the CAO's office bringing forth a policy so that we all kind of are clear on how we're going to use, how we can use the community fund, each of us individually and throughout our district. So I look forward to that, that discussion.
Sounds great. Wonderful. All right. Thank you for that comment. Any other further comments on the consent calendar?
No.
All right. Kim?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Continue item 52 to July 25th, 2023.
Let's take public comments on the consent calendar first, though. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And we ask that you, when you come forward, let us know what item you're speaking on. Good morning.
Good morning, board. Just a quick observation in general on the consent calendar. Oh, but Brian Carter, by the way, City of Placerville. On today's consent calendar, there is $17.8 million in spending. For some perspective, the entire general fund budget for the City of Placerville is $23 million thereabout. Almost $18 million in 1 week and one consent calendar with little to no input from or information to the public is pretty incredible. Just perspective and observation on today's consent calendar is a lot of money in there. So it'd be nice if we had some more discussion about that large sum of money. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent calendar?
Seeing no additional public comment on the consent calendar, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good morning, Melody.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I'm addressing consent item number 18, which I had requested be pulled from the calendar, considering District 4 Supervisor Lori Parlin is out of the office without email or phone contact until July 10th. This is involving the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee and the reappointment of all of the members or the representatives. I had sent in an objection, particularly to Howard Penn and Nate Rangel because of their dishonesty. These individuals do not represent the Coloma Lotus community. They represent their own interests, and they have a sordid history of dishonesty. I sent this email to David Livingston, to Tiffany Schmid, to the Board of Supervisors, and all of you have ignored the request to pull this item until such time that Lori Parlin can be here to address these issues, these ongoing issues with the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee. You heard the chaplain in her invocation today about our precious freedoms. I am reminding you of the preamble to the Brown Act that states the people and delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have committed or they have created. This Board of Supervisors is showing their blatant disrespect for constituent concerns, particularly Lori Parlin and Shelley Wiley, who refused to respond to emails and phone calls to public requests to address District 4 issues, such as this one today. That is an abuse of the public trust, not to mention a violation of her constitutional oaths of office. We, the people, do not yield our sovereignty on this. And it is reprehensible that none of you have honored the request to pull this item until such time that Lori Parlin can face her constituents and the concerns regarding District 4 and the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee.
Thank you for your comments, Melody.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. I'll bring this back to the board. As far as all of the, there's a lot of items on our consent calendar, that's for sure. And it's that time of year when we are reauthorizing contracts, and many of these have gone through the whole budget process. Does the CAO's office have any, further comments on that?
No, you're right. These are just transactional, and I understand that it's a lot of money, but many of them are associated with HHSA, that's state and federal funding. And while 18 million is a large sum of money, they're just standard contracts coming forward.
To provide the essential services that we are required
by the state.
Exactly, by the state of California. All right. So with that, Kim, would you like to read us again and we'll take action?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following change. Continue item 52 to July 25th, 2023.
Do I have a motion?
Move and approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Turnbull, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
And if we could just let the record show that Supervisor Parlin is absent.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to item number 53, our 9 a.m. time allocation.
Item 53 comes from the Probation Department Community Corrections Partnership Executive Committee, recommending the board consider the following. 1, review and accept the recommended Community Corrections Public Safety Realignment Budget and related implementation plan. And 2, a review and approve the recommended items.
Good morning, Chief Richard. Pleasure to have you and your dynamic team with us today.
Indeed, at least the dynamic team part, I agree with you. For sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. working technology while I am talking to you. So give me just a brief moment here.
You're
Absolutely.
multitasking? Oh, my gosh.
Uh-huh. You know what they say about that, right?
Moment of silence, please.
Yes, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, there we have that.
We are grateful for technology, and it is also at times a burden.
The challenge,
A
right?
challenge, yes.
Yeah.
Very helpful tool.
Want to go into presentation mode. Maybe right there. Maybe not.
Very good.
Look at that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well done.
And that's all I have for you today.
Very good.
I moved. No.
Ah.
Stretched me. All right. Well, as I do each and every year, I'm bringing before you the work of the Community Corrections Partnership, which, as you know, is a result of the California Public Safety Realignment Act from 2011. So I generally cover this individual one slide real briefly for the benefit of the public, who has probably long forgotten that public safety realignment ever occurred or ever knew that it occurred. So real quick, for those that don't have this memory, I was around at a time when the state of California had 176,000 people in its state prisons, which is a system designed for about 120. So as a result of that, we had people who were triple bunked in areas that were designed for programming that were used for housing, because our prison system was well overburdened beyond its design capacity, even for 33 prisons in the state of California. As a result of that, we had deplorable outcomes in the state. People would go to prison from local communities. Remember, these are our neighbors, our community members who were going off to state prison, receiving no programming whatsoever while they were in prison, learning a prison culture mentality while they were in prison, and then returning back to our communities under the authority of the parole division of CDCR, and then recycling in and out of prison, as well as through our local courts, as well as through our law enforcement agencies, et cetera. In 2008, 9, 10, there was a lot of discussion in California around what we needed to do. The federal government finally stepped forward and said, well, we're going to tell you what you're going to do unless you get your act together, California. We're going to swing open the doors of your state prisons, and we will indiscriminately determine who is released from state prison, not you. We will take over that authority. It was based on a federal lawsuit. Coleman Plata was the name of the lawsuit. It was a combined lawsuit, and it had to do with healthcare issues inside the state prisons. And essentially it said it is cruel and unusual punishment to not be providing people with the health care that they need and deserve while they're in prison. And as a result of that, we are going to take over your prisons, essentially. I was part of the Coleman Plata lawsuit, in that I joined as an intervener, essentially a voluntary defendant at the time. So I got to go into the conversations of the settlement of that case. And it was at the time the Assembly Republicans in our assembly who came up with the idea that perhaps we could realign a part of that system to local communities and work with our probation partners to provide supervision, and to realign some people who maybe don't quite need to be in prison to local jails and to local supervision. And we could unburden the state prisons in so doing. And we will turn over a pot of money to local communities so that they can run these programs designed to reduce recidivism in their communities. So that's the quick history lesson as to where realignment came from. And we are now 12 years down the road in realignment, and having taken on the responsibility of that population who are now living in our local jails or under the supervision of the probation department rather than the parole authority. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay,
Good.
outstanding. So one of the mechanisms that we used to initiate that change was prior to AB 109 existing something called the Community Corrections Partnership, and it was actually a response to something called SB 678, which was a local funding stream that was created by the state to help fund adult probation. And it essentially said the fewer people you send to state prison, the more money we'll give you locally to provide services for those people, supervision and intervention services. It was actually quite a successful initiative by the state, and it garnered us locally a fair amount of resources to be able to hire more probation officers to provide more supervision and intervention services through contracts with local service providers. AB 109 leveraged that partnership, which was made up of all those members down at the bottom, Sheriff's Department, DA, probation, the Board of Supervisors, the courts, the Public Defender's Office, and others. Office of Education as an others example, brought them all together to talk about strategies locally to handle the population that was coming back to us from state prison and the population that was now no longer going to state prison. So the Community Corrections Partnership, led by the Probation Department, chaired by the Probation Chief, is an organization locally that decides how we are going to spend the investment that the state makes in the production of the realignment services in our county. So I want to cover with you the budget as very recently passed by the CCP. And what I mean by very recently was just last Friday, we did our final budget, sort of like the Board of Supervisors. We have an initial budget, we have a review, we look at the numbers that are coming in. We take requests from all of our partner agencies as to what their needs are for the upcoming year. And then we pass a budget, we bring it to you. And your responsibility is to receive the budget. And if you don't agree with something in it, what you can do is reject that budget by a 4/5 vote, give it back to the CCP, and we take it back and try to incorporate what your desires in that budget would be. Otherwise, the budget is considered passed. Absent that action, the budget is considered adopted, and it's incorporated into all of our individual department budgets, which of course we've currently already programmed in order for you to meet your budget timelines. So real quick, because I'm going to go through this in a little bit finer detail, I just want to cover for you that two big numbers up there. The total funding that we have available for the Community Corrections Partnership investments is $14.4 million. And that's a combination of a little over $6 million in revenue that we will get in 23-24 that we are projected to receive, and of an existing fund balance of almost $8 million. And the reason I wanted to point that out is because that fund balance, we have been able to grow over time to make sure that we were able to cover at least a year's worth of expenditures were the state to blow up this funding stream for some reason, that we would at least be able to exist for a year, providing the same level of service as we began to ramp down those things due to that loss of revenue. And that was something that, and I just happened to see him this weekend, but Under Sheriff Randy Pichon and I decided when I showed up in El Dorado County 10 years ago, that it was important for us to do would be to take a portion of that money and set it aside and build that reserve balance until we could get to that 1 year mark. We've now exceeded that, and I feel pretty confident that that strategy is a sound one. What you'll also see at the bottom of that screen there is based on what our current budget strategy looks like, we anticipate that that fund balance may grow from the current 7.9 to approximately 8.2 million. And I'm going to put a pin in that because that's an important piece of information for just a little bit later in the presentation. So this is going to be broken down into three parts. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the budget, and that's the official part of what we have to do. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the data, essentially what's part of two big programs that this money funds. And I want to talk to you about the data around those programs, and then we get to talk about the fun stuff, which is my favorite part of the presentation. But real quick, relative to those resources I was referring to, the 14.4 million, again, fund balance about 7.9, and then the state funding of 6.2-ish, and then transfer in revenue that comes from an innovation fund that is a set aside piece of revenue that is carved out from the growth, the annual growth, and it's given to the Board of Supervisors for you to determine how you would want to invest that in innovations. What your board has chosen to do in years past and in perpetuity is to turn that money back over to the Community Corrections Partnership to determine how it gets invested. Heretofore, we've been investing it into that fund balance. so that we could grow that fund balance and have shared that with the board and the prior CAO. And that was the strategy that was used. If the board were to want to change that direction, you certainly could, because the board's entitled to that money and to make the determination as to how it gets invested. It's not a large sum of money. As you can see here, it's about $129,000 in this budget. And it is only related to a percentage of the growth. If there is no growth, there is no innovations fund. And we don't anticipate any growth in this year's budget based on the current state of affairs in the state's budget. You can also see, and this is new for this year, revenue agreements. We are realizing $148,000 in revenue from the state of California, specifically two sources, although it's actually one source split apart. It's California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. They, through two programs, are funding our activities in the Community Correction Center to provide services to parolees in our community. One thing that the probation department has decided to do is expand our services to include the parole population at our Community Correction Center, because quite frankly, it doesn't cost us any more money to provide that additional layer of public safety support by incorporating parolees into our programming, because they don't have programming locally. There is no programming for parolees in El Dorado County. If they are receiving programming, it's because their parole agent, who might be located in Sacramento, who might be located in San Jose, who might be located in Auburn, has connected them with some sort of treatment program and then monitoring that. But there are no formalized structures within El Dorado County that are funded by CDCR and that are run by CDCR. So because we have that resource here, we've incorporated or folded them into that program because we think that it improves public safety by getting those guys connected to all of the resources that we provide at the Day Reporting Center. So as a result of that, we collect revenue through contracts with two sources, one directly with CDCR through the Division of Adult Parole Operations, DAPO, and the second is through the Sacramento County Office of Education. We have an agreement with SCOE. Their activity is funded by CDCR, and SCOE provides both staff support and money to us to help provide services to people that SCOE is responsible for providing services to through parole. So big money situation. The bottom line is we get money from the state to help provide services to parolees in the Day Reporting Center, which doesn't cost us anymore, but helps offset the costs that we invest into that program. As to our appropriations, our budget for 23-24, $6.169 million. The lion's share of that goes to the probation department. 45% of that is invested in probation services and contracts, which is why we call them out up there. As you can see through our electronic monitoring, our contract with the Northern California Construction Training Academy, the lease agreement for the building that we operate out of, all of those contracts are run through my budget. So of the $2.7 million, about $2 million of that is in salaries and benefits for the staff that we pay for through realignment. And the rest is contracts that go out outside of the department for services. And then you can see the next largest chunk is through to the Sheriff's Department, almost $2 million in salaries and benefits, as well as a change to their investment in realignment services, in that the California, what was CFMG is now WellPath, the medical services provided in the jail. The CCP budget provides for a portion, a small portion of those services in the jail. We allocate an amount of our budget to offset the cost of WellPath. The Sheriff's Department is now taking on the totality of that cost within their budget. It's been moved out of the Health and Human Services budget and moved into the Sheriff's Department budget, which is a big chunk of expenditure and revenue money to pay for it. And part of that money comes from this budget. So as you can see, it's detailed up there, $277,000 of the 1.9 that they receive is going to WellPath. And then as you can see, we also have a considerable impact on the Health and Human Services budget, in that we contribute $1.2 million to staffing services. The lion's share of all of that is to provide coverage at the Community Correction Center. It's a co-located facility where we have staff from probation and Health and Human Services and Office of Education and Parole, who all co-locate into a single environment where they can serve people directly in that office building. And then we have grants to our local law enforcement agencies where they can partner with the probation department to provide supervision and oversight of people living in their jurisdictions to both South Lake Tahoe PD and Placerville Police Department. And then $225,000 that goes to the Office of Education to provide for services directly inside of our jails. Any questions on any of that before I move forward?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay,
Excellent.
outstanding. Just real quick, as you can see, of that investment, it supports 27 FTE here in the county, 10 and a half in probation, 10 at the Sheriff's Department, and almost 8 through Health and Human Services. And there are actually 2 different pots of money in the Community Corrections Partner budget. And both of those pots of money are sort of rolled up into our budget, but they are 2 very distinct funding streams and have 2 different purposes. This is sharing with you the fund balance portion of the second pot. The second pot of money is called the Planning and Implementation Fund, which is separate from the CCP General Fund. CCP General Fund is what I just covered. The Planning and Implementation Fund is designed to cover mostly training services and some contract services. So as you can see, again, of course, based on what the focus of the CCP dollars are, the lion's share of that, again, goes to the probation department, about $150,000. About half of that $150,000 is in contracts that we are letting out because we are the hub, so to speak, of the services that the CCP provides. We are also the hub for contracts that get let out into the community for services. In this case, we have about $74,000 in services contracts going out to O'Connell Research and Rain Consulting. And this is where I want to pull the pin out of that item that I put it in a moment ago around our fund balance. Because we have a healthy fund balance in this budget item, we have decided that after essentially 10 years of full operation and 12 years of public safety realignment, it is time for us to redo our strategic plan. The strategic plan was created before I arrived in El Dorado County. A lot of hard work done by some people that exist still today, maybe 2 or 3, and a whole group of people that don't exist anymore that have gone on to retirement or changed jobs. And it's time for us, we agreed at the CCP that we wanted to refocus and make sure that the way we're investing this money is the way that it makes sense for El Dorado County today. The way that we're currently investing the money is the way that it made sense 12 years ago. It may in fact be the right strategic implementation and investments, but we want to make sure of that. So we want to sit down and have a very planned conversation. We have an agreement with Rain Consulting, Casey Rain. She's done work for this county on stepping up, and she knows the county well. She knows the players and she understands our environment. So she's coming back in as a consultant under contract to help us through a strategic planning process. And a lot of her work is going to be based on a lot of data that's been collected by Kevin O'Connell. As you can see, O'Connell Research. Kevin has spent a number of years here under contract collecting data for a grant that we acquired to help us with the Stepping Up initiative. So we had a federal grant that helped us support an investigation into what really was going on in El Dorado County around how we were spending time with people through the criminal justice system, including through jail, through courts, through probation. And Kevin has just delivered a report to us chocked full with recommendations as to how we can more effectively work with people that have mental illness in our community. And we're going to use that report as the foundation from which we will be building on our strategic plan that Case will be working on with us. So the remainder of the planning and training dollars go to partner agencies and to the probation department specifically for training, mostly around evidence-based practices that could support people from the CAO's office, the sheriff's department, courts to go to conferences to learn about the way that other communities might be investing these dollars and making gains in their community around recidivism reduction. All right, so that was the business piece. That was all the budget piece. And now a little bit about the program data. In El Dorado County, there are 3 types of supervision. There's the traditional probation supervision, which we all know and love. That's the type of supervision where you go to court, you committed a felony, you go to court, you're given the option of taking a state prison sentence or choosing to go on to local supervision under probation and putting that prison sentence out there on hold and choosing to go on probation. And most people don't know this, but probation is a choice. You don't have to accept probation. You can take your prison sentence and have no probation on the back end of it whatsoever. However, most people choose probation. Go figure. But there are two other types of supervision in our community that were created with public safety realignment. One is called mandatory supervision. That is the circumstance where a person is convicted of a felony, is committed usually to some local prison commitment in our jail, which is why we fund corrections officers in our jail, because it was anticipated that we would see a large increase or impact on our jail community. And then are released out of that commitment if there is one. Sometimes there's not a commitment. They've sort of served that commitment during the pretrial or the pre-sentence process. And when they're released into the community, they are mandatorily placed on a tail of supervision. So as opposed to the voluntary probation that I just mentioned a moment ago, this is not voluntary. This is mandatory. The court commits you to this supervision. The third piece is called the PRCS or post-release community supervision. Those are people who have gone to state prison. And because of the nature of the offense for which they were committed to state prison, when they return back to the community, they are not under the authority of the parole entity. They are under the authority of the probation department. So it is your non-violent, non-high risk, non-sex offense cases. So your typical, let's say, drug sales case, where there were no weapons involved, no violence involved. They go to state prison to serve their term. They come back typically about 18 months later, 2 years later, and they're under supervision by the probation department once they come out. So we have to coordinate with CDCR in getting those people out of state prison and then returning them smartly, safely into the community and connecting them with resources locally. Now, there are a small percentage of people under supervision in the county that are still under the parole supervision. So they committed a violent offense, a high risk situation, a sex offense, and they come back into the community after being released from prison and they're being watched by parole. Those are not our responsibility today. Who knows about tomorrow? And the state has a way of realigning these things on the regular these days. But that's the third population for us, is this post-release community supervision. And again, it is not a choice. It is not voluntary. It is mandatory that they receive this supervision. Most people have forgotten that if they are successfully supervised for 1 year, where they do not go back into custody for 1 year, they have not violated and returned back to a jail bed, they are complete with their term. So you will see when I move forward here in the data, the success level of PRCS, it's higher than most, and typically because they're only under supervision for a year. So these are our supervision cases where they live. As you can see, again, blue is that formal traditional, orange is the mandatory supervision, and green are the returnees from state prison. And as you imagine, formal supervision is the lion's share of what we do, and then mandatory supervision and then PRCS get split 50-50, give or take. 71% of our cases are active. 19% of our cases are in the wind, on the lamb, as they say. 8% are currently in custody. That would be either in our jail or in a jail nearby. And 2 are pending release from either state prison or the local jail. The number I don't like up there is that 19% bench warrant status. And I can tell you that one of the strategies that I want to look at, especially as we are entering into an era of more of a mobile probation environment, where we're going to be acquiring a mobile vehicle to go out in the community and work with probationers directly in the community here in the next year, is that I would like to begin to really focus in on that bench warrant caseload. We have a number of people who, whether they're in the community or not is questionable. They may be outside of our community, but they have outstanding bench warrants and a commitment to the court that they have not stayed true to, and we would like to get them back into that, resolve that warrant, get them focused in the right direction, get them programming, and get them through their probation. That is something that I will be looking to invest some of this community corrections money into. The split between the basin and the west slope, as you can see, is about 85-15. That shouldn't really surprise anyone. It splits fairly along the lines of population. There are cultural differences between the type of supervision and crime that we see up in the basin versus what we see on the west slope. Obviously, with the transitory population and the nature of the population up in South Lake Tahoe, it's a little bit different. So we'd actually see more gang activity in Tahoe than we do on the west slope. And that has traditionally been the case. It's fortunately dipped over the last 10 years, but we are still seeing some gang activity, usually around Norteño, Sereno type of gang activity. The good news is that it's pretty low and it's not real severe, but people do affiliate. And if there are problems, it's typically that type of problem where it's, well, I'm a Norteño, you're a Sereno, we're going to have to, iron this out. We also have a large percentage of our cases that wind up on bench warrant status because they leave the basin. And of course, we don't typically chase them. If they're going back to their home in Virginia or something, we don't typically, we put a warrant for the rest. And if they come back to California, then they'll get picked up eventually on the warrant, likely, and then we'll deal with it. But again, just the nature of the culture around who we're supervising is different. The manner in which we're supervising is the same. We do the same work up there as we do down here. Completion rates. This is for that first pot of felony supervision, that voluntary supervision. As you can see, people that successfully complete probation is in the 70% range. In other words, they get through their probation. It doesn't mean they haven't had violations. It doesn't mean they haven't gone back to court. It doesn't mean they haven't gone back to jail at some point. It means that they have successfully completed the term of their probation and we deem them successful. In other words, they got through it. They're out of custody. They're not terminating probation because of a new offense. They haven't gone off to state prison on this offense. They have finished their commitment to the court on this case. Doesn't mean they don't have another probation case or that they are headed down the right path necessarily, but they have successfully completed their formal probation. This is the mandatory supervision piece. This is the piece where I didn't choose probation, but I have to do probation. I've done some commitment in the local jail under my local prison sentence, and now I've been released to supervision. As you can see, not quite the favorable rates that we saw with formal supervision, but still respectable rates in the mid to high 60s, dipped in 22 to 58% success. And again, failure in this nature is a recommitment to jail, locally on their state prison sentence where they failed probation. We send them back. We tell the court, this isn't working out. They need to just be in custody. Now, we don't like that outcome, but it is a reality of the work that we do. The last one is that post-release community supervision. As you can see, the success rates are even higher than in the formal supervision category, where you have 8 out of 10 people officially completing their supervision commitment without having been returned to custody on a violation and failing their supervision. But again, they only have a 1-year supervision period once they're returned from state prison. This does not include the 3-year follow-up rates, where we might look out 3 years and see that somebody who we ended probation on, let's say in December of 2022, we don't know that in June of 2023, they didn't pick up another case. That doesn't include this information. This just says they successfully completed the term of supervision that they had once they were released from prison. 2 programs I wanted to focus in on, the Bridge House and the NCCT, the Northern California Construction Training Academy. So a little bit of report outcome data on the Bridge House. So right now we are full at the Bridge House. It's a 6-bed residential facility, and all 6 of our beds are occupied by people that would otherwise be in some state of homelessness in our community while under supervision of the probation department. For us, as I've said before, one of the things that we found is that you have to deal with basic support issues for somebody who you are asking to try to do that high level change thinking. So if I said to you, it is time for you to quit smoking, or it is time for you to lose weight. I was your doctor and I said, it's time for you to lose weight, quit smoking. And you said, well, I'm dealing with this housing thing right now. And the doctor says, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm homeless. Okay, so that's all well and good, but I really need you to eat healthy. I need you to stop consuming so many calories, and I need you to exercise. In your mind, you're thinking, that's all adorable and things, doctor, but I really would like to have a house. Like, I have to figure out where I'm sleeping tonight. I can't be concerned about my calorie count. And there's nothing different in the probation world when I'm asking you to deal with your substance abuse disorder, which is the lion's share of what we deal with in probation are criminalities and criminal events related to substance abuse. And when I'm asking somebody to make that change in their life, to get unaddicted to substances, to focus on adjustments back to the mainstream of life, if they're worried about where they're going to sleep, how they're going to eat, whether they're safe, because as we all know, being unhoused is not the safest environment for men and especially women, and especially people with children. And these are all situations with which we deal. We find that it's difficult to get them to do the real change work towards getting substance free. In fact, when you're homeless, using substances may be your only relief from the stress and the strain and the trauma of being homeless. So one of the things that we invested in was the establishment of a residence. I've talked to you about it before, so I won't get into the nitty gritty of what it is, but essentially 6-bed living residential facility where we have staff on site, not 24 hours a day, but enough during the day to connect people with resources to help them problem solve in the day, and to help connect them with things like employment, education, transportation, and to make sure that they are not failing relative to their obligation to the probation department and the courts, because they still have that accountability piece that they have to stay in compliance with. And oftentimes what we are finding, what all probation departments know, is one of the largest generators of failure in probation is an inability to stay connected with your probation officer. Transportation, housing, food, like probation becomes a secondary consideration instead of a primary. If we can take care of those things that are primary concerns, if we can help with those for some period of time, people can focus in on the work that they have to do around probation commitments to get better, to get healthier, so that they can take on those responsibilities for themselves. So the Bridge House has been an extremely successful intervention for us, in that when we have somebody in a housing crisis, we can get them into the Bridge House. We don't have to wait for a vacancy in another facility. We don't have to wait for somebody to get approved. We don't have to wait. It is ours, and we can get them right in when we don't have a wait. Unfortunately, right now we have a wait. So we have referrals that are sitting on the sidelines waiting to be incorporated into our Bridge House. And we will see 2 occupants with planned transitions out of the Bridge into other housing in the 3rd quarter. And those 2 beds will be opened up for 2 of the 3 referrals we have sitting out waiting right now. So the population of the Bridge House does ebb and flow. We're not always maxed out, but we are occasionally maxed out. And of course that gets frustrating when probation officer knows that that's what their client needs and can't access it right away. Real quick, I just want to go over a couple of outcome measures with the House. We have had between July and 22 and May of 23, we had 10 people that successfully discharged, or I should say 10 people that were discharged, 30% successful, meaning they completed a course of intervention and programming at the Bridge, and they transitioned successfully into some other housing. We also, unfortunately, see a number of people who do not successfully complete the program. Not that there are steps through the program per se, but a successful completion would be you use the Bridge for what it was needed during that time, and then you transition successfully into another housing type. Of course, that doesn't happen for everyone. There are various reasons for failure out of that program. The most common of which is you engaged in a major rule violation of the House. It's a community in the House, and they hold each other accountable within the House. And most of the guys that are there are not up for other people's shenanigans. If it's going to bring a sense of drama within the community of the House, they don't want it. They really want things to be calm, peaceful, and be able to stay focused on what they're trying to achieve. So if there's a major rule violation, you bring somebody to the House that is not an approved guest, you use drugs in the House, in and around the House, you come to the House under the influence, and create a disturbance, then all of those things are rules that are against the community standard of the house. And again, they self-police, and we have staff on site to help enforce those rules when necessary. We also have people that just leave. They're done. This is not for me, and I'm going to go back to whatever my situation was. Thank you very much for the help, but I want to go back to couch surfing or what have you. And then we have people that might have been arrested or might have disappeared, absconded on probation. And so now we have a twofold problem. They no longer are within housing, but they're also in the wind relative to their probation. And so fortunately, that is not most of the time, that is a small percentage. And we essentially work with these guys on the regular to make sure that we can keep them in that environment, in that safe environment, for as long as we can to help them transition to that next phase. Usually we have a pretty good group of guys in the house. I stop by the house occasionally and poke my head in and have conversations with them. And most of the time, the guys feel like they are in a pretty safe place, a comfortable place, and a peaceful place where they can really focus on the work that they need to do. The types of activities that are provided for them, some of the supports, transportation, access to NCCT with support, with transportation to the training, food, behavioral health, substance abuse treatment. We have seeking safety, MRT, case management. All of that is done by the staff on site or in connecting them with services that are in the community or provided at the day reporting center. We make sure that our residents are taken care of, that they're eating, that they're connected to medical and mental health treatment that they need, dental treatment if it's needed. Basically looking out for them like you would look out for, your long lost brother that came back from their journey and you knew needed some help, some assistance. And we take care of them in that manner and help get them on their feet and then get them pointed in a direction where they can become more self-sustaining. I also wanted to mention outcomes at the NCCT. As you can see, from January to June of 23, about 18 months, we had 113 referrals to the Northern California Construction Training Academy. 36% of those people transitioned from being a referral to being a participant in the program, so 41 people. 25 actually graduated the program, and of those graduates, 17 went into full-time employment. There are other people beyond graduates that went into full-time employment as well as a result of their participation at the NCCT. I have seen many, many times people go into the program, be in for a week, 2 weeks, and that's all they needed was that conduit to connect them to a construction crew that got them into a flagging job or a labor job or something where they were able to be brought in by one of our local construction partners in the community and put on the job immediately within a week or two of arriving in the program. So whereas they didn't graduate, so we don't track them as a stat, they still went to work. And it was the NCCT that got them there. Currently, from July to June, 59 referrals. Half those people started the program and half of those people, or close to half, graduated and then went into full-time employment with a construction job. Sometimes people leave the program and they do other things. They go into other types of employment. But the NCCT started giving them that reorientation towards a lifestyle of work. Believe it or not, work is a lifestyle. For those of us that are not retired, which is most of the people in the room, sometimes we recognize that like getting up and going to work, there's actually a practice in that. And when you haven't done that for a while, or you've been on the street, you've been unhoused, you've been addicted to substances, you've been anything but work is what your lifestyle is. And so getting back into that lifestyle sometimes takes a reboot. And the NCCT can help do that to the place where, well, I don't want to work in construction, but now I'm used to getting up every day and going and doing something that is meaningful and an occupation of sorts. But what I really want to do is I want to work in retail. I want to do customer service. And they'll transition to that type of employment. So whether the program gets people into the construction trades or whether the program just begins to reboot the mentality and the thought process and the mental state around work, that's really the purpose of the NCCT, and they continue to be quite successful. Yes, that is Dr. Ed Manansala from EDCO working at our garden project. I realized when I looked at that photo that was an elected official pouring manure on top of something. I don't know if there's a joke in there somewhere. There probably is, but Ed is a friend, so he knows I can get away with that. But that's our garden project that sits out at the NCCT campus. EDCO is a partner in the NCCT. They provide the space. That is a community school in Diamond Springs, and it is owned by EDCO, and they maintain the site for us. They cover the costs of the buildings and the electricity and the water and everything else. And they're a full fledged partner in the provision of adult education services at the NCCT. It's my favorite part. Coming to the end here. I always like to share with you the realness of what it is that we do. Like, I want to show you the faces of what this investment affects. So I want to share with you a little bit about Stephanie. 2012, the last time she was arrested. 2013, regains custody of her kids. 2014, relapse. That's a normal course of what we do for a living. That's a normal course of recovery oftentimes. Sometimes people's trajectory is not linear, direct, but it's more of a squiggly line that goes up and down. And she suffered a relapse in 2014, 2015, into supportive housing. Also had 2 of her children return to Safe Families, a local CBO that helps take care of kids whose parents are in that place where they're trying to get back to normal life. Into the Community Corrections Center. So here's our introduction to Stephanie as she enters into our services at our Shingle Springs office. And then in 2016, so now we are 4 years past her last engagement with law enforcement, does 120-day recovery and 90 days at a Progress Transitional House. That is her real true beginning into sobriety. Unfortunately, May 16, loses parental rights to 2 of her kids, process of the system, process of life back then. New sobriety date, 2016, June 15, new birth date. Goes through and finishes programming at the Community Correction Center, finishes our moral recognition therapy, which is our core bread and butter program that we use for cognitive restructuring, which just is a fancy term that means changes your thinking, from fatalistic victim mentality to I'm in charge of my life, I'm in control, and I can make a difference in my own world. Also DBT and parenting classes and vocational training. And in December of 16, her son comes home on her birthday. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful beginning to a new life. 2017, successful graduation from the CCC. 2017 also delivers a new child into the world, growing her family, and gets her certification for substance abuse counseling. Now she's making this turn around the bend where I'm feeling confident in my recovery and where I'm at. I want to begin to look for the future and how I'm going to give back. She is then promoted to the lead counselor and program manager for the prenatal residential treatment for substance abuse, child advocacy for regaining custody of your children. And this is Stephanie today. 7 years clean and sober, full-time employment with the Health and Human Services Agency, your county, your employee, working at the Community Corrections Center. So she's now working embedded with the probation department, the entity that she used to have responsibility to, she now works with in our shop, facilitating moral recognition therapy. So the beginning of her triumph is now something she is giving back to people in the community. And she has now submitted for a full pardon from the governor of the state of California, for which she will receive nothing but 100% support from my department as we move forward in that probably very long process with the state. But her goal is to have her history, her legal history wiped clean so that it doesn't prevent her from doing the things that she wants to do to serve the community going forward. So. So that is an in-depth look at like the realness of what people can achieve in a relative short period of time to the years of reaction to trauma most often that cause you to spiral, that can take so much from your life and your family and your community. And in that short period of time, she is already at a place where she is giving back. And I think that's just amazing. I also wanted to give you a couple of updates because I think these are special updates. We have a lot of people out there in the community that are successful, but these two mean something in particular to you all sitting up there. This is Mindy, and I have shared with you Mindy's story in the past, and some of those photos up there are great memories for me because middle right from where I'm looking is a picture of Mindy's wedding. Her and her husband got married. That's her probation officer officiating the ceremony. Mindy wanted her PO to get her married. I don't know that that has ever happened in the history of the world, but it happened there, and I was a witness. I got to see that firsthand because she invited me to the wedding graciously, and it was my wife and I there, and it was just an amazing day. And then in the lower left-hand corner, that's the side of my head, and whether you love him or you hate him, that is our governor, the state of California, and he's being introduced to Mindy because she participated, as you can see in the picture above, on a panel where she was talking about her experiences in life and her experiences in the justice system and how the justice system helped her, what could have been better. And she was speaking in front of a room of hundreds of community corrections professionals, elected officials from throughout the state of California sharing her story. And again, the idea of giving back. It's not just about me. Like I'm good now, but I also now want to give back to the community. I also wanted to share with you a follow-up to Sarah's story. I have shared with you Sarah's story in depth in the past. The last time I shared with you Sarah's story, she was looking for work. Well, she found it right here with our county family. She's working full-time for the probation department. She is an employee, full-time employee at the probation department, working in our information services unit, which is all of our, I like to call it our data in, data out unit. But she's working as one of our civilian staff, and she's working toward becoming a probation officer. So she too has submitted a request for a pardon from the governor's office, and we will help Sarah through that process and intervene where we can to provide our support with the governor. And she's now engaged. She also, and I think this is probably the most important part, is a new grandma. So, yep. The reason all of that is important, of course, is because they are three people that you employ. They are three people that are giving back, and it's just absolutely amazing.
This
Talk
would be the
about-
appropriate time to ask for about $20 million out of the general fund. Put it out there.
They can't spend the budget they've got. I don't know what you're saying.
I will tell you that this is not something, I've been doing this work for 26 years. This is not something that even a decade ago would have happened. I mean, we would have been very happy for them, and we would have helped them in their pursuit of employment, and we would have helped. The idea of them being embedded into the culture of what we do, like for whatever reason, for whatever myopic reasons that me and my professional colleagues saw it, it really just wouldn't have been a possibility. But for really the change in mindset around the way that we do this work and what it means and how we can be most effective. And who could be more effective in helping other people change than people that have been there and are living, breathing proof that change is possible. To me, that speaks volumes. And so I, of course, thank them for allowing me to share their story with you. And of course, I am humbled by the fact that they are here, that they are supportive of what we do, and that they even give us any sort of credit for their change. But that they give so much credit to the probation department for helping them go from point A to where they wanted to be in their life. And it's truly humbling to have them here with us today. So you see all three of them in the back of the room with us. They wanted to come today. They put a ton of pressure on me to not screw this up when I was here. But I couldn't be more pleased to have them here with me today. It warms my heart. So anyway, that is it. I will stop. I am certainly open to any questions you might have or comments you might have, any applause you want to give, not to me, but to the people that deserve it. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Chief Richard, you've done a lot of fabulous presentations before this board, but this is, I think, your best presentation yet.
Oh,
And it's
pinnacle.
absolutely. And it's not fair though, because I think you left left us all speechless. Incredible. I do have some comments, but I'll open up to my colleagues
I
first.
just want to say, Ryan, it's awesome. What great success that this organization has done to help these people. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Supervisor Hudall.
I'll just echo that. I mean, this is results delivered. And you do it with metrics. So you can tell where the trends are, where we're doing well, where we have some issues, those kinds of, I really appreciate that deep dive and looking at the statistics of what's going on, because it changes all the time, right? So that's an important part. So I really appreciate the fact you're going to revisit the strategic plan. It's time to refresh, take a new look at what is happening in the future. What do we need to prepare for? And anticipate as much as you can, changes to state level that may totally upset your world again, but at least you have to consider those things in strategic planning. So that's a big help. The one question I have is, given the success of the Bridge House and how important that is in terms of providing that transitional type of housing, should we be investing in a second facility with some of these residual funds that are the carryover to try to provide that capacity going forward? I think we all recognize the rate of mental illness is increasing. COVID had a lot to do with that. Substance abuse is driven by the same kind of parameters, in my opinion. So seeing those kinds of changes and recognizing we have a navigation center up and operating, is there a fit now to provide a second type of bridge house to move forward with increasing capacity and interacting maybe perhaps at some level with the navigation center? Obviously, that's not necessarily criminal, but sometimes it is, right? In fact, one of the statistics I'm interested in is, have we ever had any bridge house transition people leave that unsuccessful program and move to the navigation center? You know, that migration of looking for services, looking for help. That's the kind of thing I think that in the bigger picture, the holistic view of things, do we understand what those kinds of movements are? But again, kudos for all the great work. And I just hope we can do more as we go forward.
You read my mind, Supervisor
Oh,
Hudall. Those are
no, darn
exactly
it.
my questions too. No, that's good.
So two things I'm going to say, both of which I will probably live to regret. The first is that in Placer County, our neighbor, my colleague there in the probation department has actually been made responsible for the temporary homeless shelter in their jurisdiction. So the probation department, largely through its mobile outreach, which is an area that we are heading into this next fiscal year. We've acquired or ordered a mobile trailer that we are going to bring to different parts of the community where we will have service provision directly in the trailer. I anticipate now this requires the collaboration of a lot of our partners, but I would anticipate having Health and Human Services workers, the ability to connect with the courts to take care of, minor issues in legal matters, using the environment to do specialty courts if we build out our specialty courts, providing direct care services, doctors, nurses, et cetera, on board to be able to attend to people's immediate need, connecting people to food immediately and long-term, housing, same. That activity in Placer County led to the probation chief being appointed to be responsible for basically the operation of their version of the navigation center. I am not suggesting that right here, right now. I am saying that that's what goes on in Placer
It's in the
County.
strategic planning session though, right?
But I bring that up to make this point. There is a nexus between the services, the types of services that we're providing and the manner in which we provide them that applies beyond the criminal justice population. So Marshall Hopper, the chief in Placer County, I listened to him on a podcast last night. He was talking about the fact that 70% of the people that they connect with in the community are not under supervision. They are people in need of connection, in need of a safe place to get connected, and for all the good that our library hubs do, and they are fantastic. It's an amazing advent and something that is very effective. They're still fixed structures. Going mobile and building your profile in the community and saying, this vehicle is a safe place. We're not here to harass you. We're not here to make your life more difficult. We are here to connect you. We're a point of connection. And as that reputation grows in the community, I suspect that we will find people coming to us, not about their supervision issues necessarily, but about their health needs, about their food insufficiency, about their housing needs, about their transportation issues. Hopefully not about their land use issues, but you never know. My point is that I do believe that there is a nexus between the work that we do and being able to provide a broader sense of service to the community. And there's nothing preventing us from doing that. The probation department is a general fund department. If it happens to be somebody who's not on probation that needs service, we'll provide the service. That's our job, is to connect people to government service, whatever that is, whether it's through our department or through another department. And having those collaborative partnerships with the Navigation Center, with HHSA and all divisions is extremely important. And the good news is, I've shared this with some, we have a very good relationship with Health and Human Services. Olivia has stepped in and stepped up and is doing great work and staying connected and providing information. And that is all very helpful. And of course, the Navigation Center is a new thing. It's getting its feet under it. It's building capacity. It's building process. And in that growth, we have stayed connected with them. We have contributed to helping them where we can in material and training and support. And we just recently had a conversation where we are going to connect the staff that lead my community correction center with the staff that lead the Navigation Center to talk about what is working, what is effective in our environment that they can employ in their environment.
Yep.
Because we think there are lessons learned
Absolutely.
that will help them grow faster without having to go through some of the pain that we've been going through, went through in the first few years of our operation. So granted, it's two different constituencies, but the mission is the same. Like what I do is more a health and human service than anything else. We just have an accountability piece on top of it that we have to employ. They don't have that necessarily, but they do have the obligation of getting people connected. And that's what we do. That is literally the mission of the probation department, is connection, relationship building, providing interventions. And so we're going to connect those staff up, see where that conversation goes, and then see how we can help with our mobile outreach unit, to see how we can help with probation officers that are in the field, whether somebody's under supervision or not. So.
Excellent.
Let me ask just to follow up. Is Volunteers of America engaged in that as well? Is it only you and Health and Human Services that are having that discussion? It's the whole.
They are at the table. So
Okay,
my executive level meeting that I had with HHSA was at the Navigation Center and involved VOA staff,
Great.
as well as the leadership from HHSA that's handling the county portion of that. And we had a good conversation about operations and the intersect between probation and our needs for connecting our people to the NAV Center, and where we could make sure that guys that were coming out of the Bridge House that might continue to need service could use the NAV Center services. And so admittedly, we were having some connectivity issues in the beginning. How do we get our guys into here? That's all been cleaned up.
Good.
The good news is Mindy is our point of contact. So that one's easy for us.
Yeah.
We just had to iron out those details and again, build process as they grow. So.
Excellent questions. That's exactly where
Yeah,
I was
great
going.
question.
Excellent. Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, I really appreciate what you do and the mentality that you bring to the product that you serve a good portion of our population. So I really appreciate it. Wanted to ask, I also wanted to go back to the Bridge House. It sounded to me like that's an all-male population.
Mhm.
So my question is it always an all-male population? I mean, is that,
Yes,
would it
is.
ever be a mixed gender
I
situation?
personally would not be comfortable creating that environment. However, Supervisor Heidel put the challenge before me close to a year ago to identify some resources to be able to build a female version
Yep.
of the
Right.
Bridge House.
And that's
makes
what I
sense.
wanted, that's exactly what I wanted to throw out there. And even one potentially that would be able to house children as well with their mother,
Yep.
if that's possible. But I think that should be an absolute priority because, one of the things that you mentioned, something that we hear about all the time, and that is our homeless population. And the most dangerous situation is for women and children to be in that population. So to have all male facility, I think the priority absolutely should be on a female facility.
Yep, that's a
That
fair
also
observation.
helps with the navigation center. I don't want to
Yep. Mhm.
ignore that, but I think it should be a very high priority.
Agreed.
Well said. I think there are just some really exciting opportunities here to build on what you've created. And first and foremost, to Stephanie and Mindy and Sarah, thank you for your courage and sharing your stories with us and with our community today. We need to hear those because as we are all wrestling with how we address and meet community need, it's theoretical until we actually have data and proof on what really works. And your examples you are all living proof of how important it is as a community that we wrap around anyone that is struggling in their life and walk with them through that process in order to, find your gifts, your talents, your strengths, and your life. And so you can be that light and example for others because we're all walking through this journey together. And just immense gratitude and congratulations, and so proud that you are a part of our county family.
Mhm.
That's just fantastic. So congratulations and thank you. I also had the great privilege of attending the graduation on Friday. And I had never attended a CCP graduation yet. I hadn't had the privilege of doing that. And I was blown away. I was also blown away that our soon-to-be CAO was there, along with HHSA leadership and staff and our behavioral health director and Dr. Manan Sala from EDCO and our CAO's office. And we were there to celebrate. Were there six
guys.
Six
Yep.
people there. I think there were 7 that graduated though.
Yes, there were.
Right. And hearing their stories of what they had walked through and been through just was inspiring. And so what you are doing is working. And so I think please hear this board loud and clear that we, let us know, how we can, let me back up. So grateful that you are having these collaborative discussions throughout our county with HHSA and the NAV Center, and seeing how we can build on the model that you have proven and extend that to other community needs. And so I think, hear this board loud and clear that we celebrate your success and want to know how we can, further be a part of rolling that out, because it's a proven method. And just so proud of the work that you've done.
Well, I have the privilege of working with amazing people. So that's the secret to any success our department has is those people. So, yeah.
Great.
It takes leadership to organize it. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
So kudos to all of you. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Any
Thank you.
other questions before I go?
What else? All right, let's open this
Okay.
up to public
Yeah,
comment.
thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 53. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning again.
Morning, Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. Want to start my comments by congratulating the 3 success stories that are in the room tonight. That's awesome. As somebody that spent the last 21 years inside of a state prison, I feel like I can possibly add a little bit of different perspective to this. The people that we're talking about in this program are not our neighbors or community members. They're convicted felons that committed real crimes and left real victims in our community, present company excluded, of course. But these numbers are abysmal. There are success stories, but they're few and far between. It's important to realize that. While I applaud the efforts of the CCP, especially their fiscal responsibility and in these success stories, given the circumstances, it's important to understand that AB 109 has been a disaster for our state and a disaster for our county. It's not justice, it's a lack of accountability for criminals, specifically the PRCS program, post-release community supervision. While these are nonviolent individuals, it's important to understand that the state has spent the last 10 years redefining what nonviolent is. You would be shocked to see what is considered a nonviolent felony. These are bad people. And while it's not necessarily in purview of probation or the CCP, I would really like to see more of a focus on victims as opposed to the victimizers. And anyway, so just a different perspective. These are not good people. So it's important to realize that there are real criminals in our community as a result of this process. So thank you.
One more.
Lars Knudsen, Public Finance
Good morning, Lars.
Supervisor Chair. Just real, I just came in the back end of this and I think it's a great story. I didn't hear the whole story, but it says that many are called, few are chosen. Says the laborers, the labor field right now is plentiful. It talks about the harvest, but it says the laborers are few. But when God calls people, it says many are called, but few are chosen. And we overcome the enemy with the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimonies. I didn't hear your testimonies, but I'm sure they were blessed by the Lord. And that's how we overcome the system. So God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board. I just do have a final comment that I can't let it stand while we can debate the merits of AB 109 and all of that. I think it's really important that this item is about our El Dorado County Probation Department. And it's so important to recognize that their motto and their mission and their purpose is safe communities through changed lives. And that's exactly the model they're rolling out. Can't speak for everywhere in the state, but here in El Dorado County, just to have tremendous gratitude for their commitment to that. And above all, it is the safety of our community. So with that, I'll bring this back to the board for
I would
action.
like to, or I guess Kim wants to read it. Do you want
Yes.
to read it first? Or should just go ahead?
Go ahead. I think
Okay, all right.
we'll go ahead and make a
So
motion.
I'm going to move approval as staff has recommended for items 1 and 2.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah.
Thank you all so very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. And now is the time that we've been waiting for actually quite a while. Item number 51, please.
Item 51 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, appoint Tiffany Schmidt to the position of Chief Administrative Office effective July 1st, 2023 at step 4 of the salary range, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the memorandum of agreement between the County of El Dorado and Tiffany Schmidt.
Good morning,
Just
Joey.
in time, Joey.
My office is really far away.
Timed out
Perfect. Good morning, board. Joey Carrasco, the Human Resources Director. I'm very pleased to bring this item before you for your consideration and appoint Tiffany as our permanent CAO. She's been in that role, or she's actually been in the interim role since March, since Dawn Ashton retired. So if I could just go over some of the things I mentioned in my report here about the history of the recruitment and what kind of brought us here today. It's been a long road. We started this process back in July of last year. So it's almost been a year since we started looking for a new CAO to lead the county. We did a recruitment internally in HR, then we went out to a third party, kind of an executive recruitment firm to do a search for us. And here we are today. And so I'd like to just talk a little bit about Tiffany's history. You may or may not know, she's been with the county for 9 years in progressively responsible roles. Before that, she worked in various roles for the state of California for 10 years. So she's got a ton of experience. She's, like I said, she's been in the interim role for several months now and thankfully willing to move forward with being the permanent CAO for our county. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have about our recruitment process or any of what we're recommending. So I'll turn it over to the board.
All right, thank you. And we have been with you in this journey every step of the way.
Yes, you have.
So,
Yes, you have.
Yes. Board members,
I'll just say it's been a tortuous experience trying to recruit at this high level, but I'm very pleased with the outcome. And so I fully support this.
Great. Yeah, I think Tiffany's going to do a great job and I support her 100%. So
I just have one question. The deferred 457, the county 457
Mhm.
deferred, okay, is that non-perishable?
It is non-perishable.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I just want to say, new to being here, I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Ashton for just a couple of months before you stepped in, and it's been seamless, and I'm just really excited to work with you for the remainder of my term. And I hope you're here for a long time. It's great. Lock the doors.
And this has been a long process, and this board has taken it very, very seriously, recognizing that the chief administrative officer for El Dorado County is a solemn responsibility. We've seen how important steady leadership is over the years, as we've certainly seen times in our county where that leadership has been challenging. And then we've seen strong leadership that has helped us weather immense challenges, and how important that is. So this was an appointment that we took with the utmost solemn responsibility. And we had a lot of good people to choose from, that we had a lot of options.
Right.
And yet in digging into it, Tiffany has surfaced as the right person for the job at this time. And just have immense gratitude for you for taking on this mantle. You've lived here almost all your life. Your deep commitment is proven, it's tested. And as we walked through the recruitment process with our county family and our community, it was very, very clear throughout that whole long process that one of our own was an important aspect of the role to lead our county. And this board, listened to that. And, you're taking on the mantle of the county at a good time. I mean, we've, a strong foundation has been built with, Don Ashton and our county leadership. And that's been proven and tested and weathered tremendous storms, literally and figuratively. And yet your skills and your creative intent, your strategy, your intelligence is just what's needed to lead us forward. And so this is a very exciting item before us. So with that, I've said enough, and let's take some public comment on this item before the board takes action.
Now taking public comment on item number 51. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning, Laurel.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, Board. This is a very exciting day. Laurel Brempum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, also speaking on behalf of the El Dorado Hills Chamber and Debbie Manning. We've had the privilege and the honor of having a great working relationship with Tiffany over the years. And as you stated, Don, and I've said many times, probably at this podium, that Don brought a paradigm shift and a culture shift. And what I will say to you is that this woman was at his side and had his back all the way there, and that cliche has so grown into her boots and is so ready to take on this responsibility in this role. And we both look forward to a great continued strong working relationship with her, and congratulations.
Thank you, Laurel and Debbie, for being here today. Good morning, Shelley.
Good morning, board. Shelley Wiley. Supervisor Parlin could not attend the meeting today, and she asked me to read this statement in her absence. Dear fellow board members, thank you for listening to your staff, public, and me as we embarked on the CAO recruitment. When we started this process, it seemed like a daunting task that could end up never ending. But with patience and persistence, we are making a great choice and appointing Tiffany Smith as our CAO. Tiffany, thank you for stepping into the interim position to test it out and do a serious assessment as to whether or not it's a good fit for you and for the county. You've already begun to make a mark in the county with your collaborative and forward-thinking leadership style. Please continue your communicative way of tackling issues and let the board know what we can do to support you as you take on this role. I look forward to working with you to continue building relationships to lead the county and protect our much-loved quality of life in El Dorado County. Thank you. Kim, please have the record reflect that Supervisor Parley made a statement of support to appoint Tiffany Schmidt as CAO.
Thank you, Shelley. I know Supervisor Parlin is with us in spirit today and really appreciate you bringing her words into this item.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else internally or in the boardroom? Okay, speak.
See no additional public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so that I will bring it back to the board for action. I'm actually going to move this item.
No, I want to move this item.
Sorry.
Girl fight, girl fight.
So is that a second?
That's a
Supervisor?
second.
All
I
right.
suppose
fine.
that's a second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimously
Congratulations.
approved. Congratulations to our new
Yeah.
CEO. We're delighted.
You can now unlock the doors.
Does anyone need a break before we take our next item?
Just maybe 5 minutes.
Let's
I
take a
can-
5-minute break. Yes. All right. Thank you. We'll be back in All right, we are back for our 10:30 allegation and not allegation, allocation. And it is 10:30, I'll have you know. So Kim, let's read this public hearing, please, to the record.
Of course. Item 54 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates for Waste Connections of California. One, find that a 5.21% consumer price index increase to the existing material recovery facility and solid waste collection rates, both residential and commercial, to be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. Two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the material recovery facility rates. And three, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the residential and commercial solid waste collection rates for El Dorado Disposal Service. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the hearing?
So with that, I open the public hearing and let's talk trash. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Jeff Warren, Director of Environmental Management. I'm here today regarding the item for the interim year rate increase for El Dorado Disposal for the material recovery facility, otherwise known as the MRF, and solid waste collection rates for franchise areas A, B, and C. A little bit of background: on October 21st, 2014, the board adopted resolution number 187-214 to authorize a new solid waste service agreement between the county and El Dorado Disposal for the collection of solid waste throughout the franchise areas and operations of the MRF. In addition to significant changes from the previous agreement, the franchise agreement also incorporated a new solid waste rate setting policy manual that was developed by the New Point Group, which is now Crow LLP. And we retained Crow to do the analysis for all the interim rate increases. And we also have Eric Nyland on the call to answer any other questions that might come up. The rate manual provides specific requirements for the setting of collection rates during the base years and every third year, the franchise agreement, and the interim years, which are years that fall between the base years. So this is for an interim year rate increase. The interim year rate increases are calculated based on the 85% of the change of the US city average garbage and trash collection consumer price index from the previous 12 months from December to December. Or it could be based on the projected changes in disposal cost, and interim year rate adjustments are subject to a minimum increase of 1% and a maximum of 6%. February this year, El Dorado Disposal submitted an interim year rate application request to the Environmental Management Department for the collection service rate year 23-24 and requested a 5.21% rate increase to the MRF, as well as the residential and commercial collection rates in franchise areas A, B, and C. Environmental Management retained Crow to review the rate request, and Crow has determined that the requested 5.21% is in accordance with the interim year rate setting processes and outlined in the rate manual, and has recommended support of the rate increase. Staff have reviewed the application analysis, and we found no deficiencies. Environmental Management therefore asked the board to approve the interim year rate increase of 5.21% as required by the franchise agreement and rate setting manual. With that, open up to any questions, or can open the public hearing.
Thank you so much. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
Not at this time. Well documented. Yeah.
This is a
Sad situations. You have to have these kind of rate increases, but well documented as to why. So.
and I appreciate this. A part of the process is an independent analysis to make sure they are per the established guidelines and policies.
That is correct. And the independent analysis did identify a few things which were corrected in the application to make it accordingly adjusted. So forth.
Thank you so much. All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item 54. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from C. Adams.
Good morning.
Can you unmute yourself, please?
C. Adams, we're ready for your comments. Looks unmuted.
Yeah.
See, Adams, can you hear us? We're ready for your comments. Okay,
We could provide the dial-in number, I suppose, as an alternative, because it seems like there's a connection problem.
let's do that.
See, Adams, if you want to go ahead and call in, you can call in at 530-621-7603. The meeting ID number is 832-8216-8043.
We'll give it just a minute. See, that dropped off. So, all right, with that, sorry they weren't able to connect, but with that, I will close the public hearing and bring item number 54 back to the board for action.
I'm going to move staff's recommendation.
I will second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item number 55, Kim.
Item number 55 is also a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal Company. One, based on the analysis completed by Crow LLP, find that a 5.19% increase to the existing rates be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adjusting the solid waste collection rates for the Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal Company.
And with that, I will open the hearing on this item. Hello again.
Hello again. We can really coordinate all three franchises all back to back to
Right.
back, then we get it all done. Again, good morning, board. Jeff Warren, Director for Environmental Management. And as mentioned, I'm here today for the interim year rate increase for Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal, otherwise known as TTSD. They were unable to be here in person today, but they are available by Zoom for any questions. Very similar to the last item, and October 27, 2015, that's when the board adopted the resolution 161-2015 to authorize the franchise agreement, and also along with that, rate setting manual as mentioned before by Crow. Again, this is an interim year increase, and it's also based on the 85% change of the US city average garbage and trash collection consumer price index from December to December. And again, it's subject to a minimum of 1% and a maximum of 6%. In February this year, TTSD submitted an interim year rate application to Environmental Management Department for the collection service rate year 23-24, and they've requested a 5.19% increase to residential and commercial collection rates in the franchise area. We retained Crow to review the rate request and analysis, and they determined that the 5.19% was in accordance with the rate setting manual. We reviewed the application and found no deficiencies, and Environmental Management is recommending the board pass the resolution and the interim year rate increase of 5.19% as required by the franchise agreement and rate setting manual.
All right, thank you. This seems familiar. Any other comments? My colleagues on this item? All right, let's take public comment on this item. Kim, thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 55. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Very good. At this time, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any final comments or action. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next, thank you all. Our next item is at 11 o'clock time allocation. Shall we tackle some closed session items? All right, so at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 59 through 62 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 59 through 62. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
With that, we will be back at 11 o'clock, at which time we will hear item number 56, the Cool Design Review Ordinance. So see you in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Back from closed session, is there any reportable items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard items 59 and 60, and there is no action to report out.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, we are at item number 36, which is the Cool Design Review Ordinance. Kim, would you like to read that into the record?
Mhm.
56?
Yep,
Yes.
that's right.
She said 36, but.
Oh, I meant to say 56. Thank you. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Item 56 is a hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of proposed amendments to Title 130 of the County Code to rezone and restore county design oversight for affected parcels by adding a new design review community combining zone overlay to the remaining 11 commercial or multifamily zone parcels or portions of parcels that are not currently located within the existing DC or PD combining zone overlay, and Planning Commission recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, find rezone exempt from CEQA, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for said rezone. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
I will open the public hearing. Good morning, gentlemen.
Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. I'll just give a brief background for the board members and interested members of the public. This project has been in the hopper for plus or minus a couple of years. This was first brought up by Supervisor Parlin, I believe, over 2 years ago. So since that time, on June 28th of last year, the board approved and endorsed the long-range planning project prioritization matrix for the fiscal year 22-23, which included reviewing and expanding the design review community combining zone for the Cool Rural Center as a new item. On March 7th of this year, the board directed staff to restore county design oversight for affected parcels by adding a new design review community combining zone overlay to the remaining 11 commercial or multifamily zone parcels or portions of parcels that are not currently located within an existing DC or PD, as abbreviated, combining zone overlay. Then on May 11th, the Planning Commission voted to forward staff's recommendation to the board as recommended today. Again, to find rezone Z2303 exempt from CEQA under section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines, and also to approve rezone Z230003 to rezone 11 identified multifamily or commercially zoned parcels or portions of parcels to add a new design review community combining zone, DC abbreviation, to the base zone of each commercial or multifamily zone parcel. So staff recommends that the board approve this item as recommended by the commission. I do have one item of clarification related to clarifying one of the exhibits in Legistar. Yesterday, there was a revised attachment D uploaded as 5D, which actually added a missing title of Exhibit A to the rezone map for assessors parcel 071280051, because somehow in the process, the title Exhibit A was inadvertently removed from that document. So this simply adds another item to put that title back. So when you see that item, it will now have Exhibit A on it, which will match the rezone ordinance. That's all I had. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Do my colleagues have any questions on this item? Supervisor Heidel.
I just have a couple. Were all of the property owners notified of this pending change? I mean, and did you receive any response from them?
Correct. All of the owners were notified that were affected, and we also notified all other property owners within 1,000 feet of affected parcels, just for public transparency, even though not required by ordinance itself, since this is a county initiated project. And to date, we had, I believe, 2 public comments to the Planning Commission, and those were to staff mainly for clarification of the purpose of the project. But there was no substantive public comment received.
Excellent. And of the commercially zoned parcel, how many commercially zoned parcels are within the total of 11? Do we know? Is it 2 or 3?
We can take a look at it. That
Because
would
obviously,
be-
I'm looking at
commercially
it,
zoned parcels or economic development opportunities, et cetera. I just wanted to make sure that, that those property owners had a chance to respond, and it sounds like they did, and they didn't probably respond, so.
I'm going to go ahead and share. This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. If
Okay.
you can
Great,
bear
Rob.
with
Thank
me,
you.
and we can take a look at that tally.
Okay.
All right, so as you can see, I'm going to try to use a cursor to point out,
Okay.
but all of the red items that are highlighted in yellow are the commercial parcels. So you'll see a bit of a parcel right here,
Okay.
and then this one here, and then these two here, and then the multifamily are these here.
Got it. Okay.
And another small one right there. So basically, there's a small portion of this parcel that's actually split zoned, but it's the big CC one here and the two at the sort of the entry of Cool to the north.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Any other comments by my colleagues? I'd just like to thank the Planning Commission for their work on this. Always appreciate their recommendations, and I know this has been important to the Cool community. So, all right. Kim, I think we're ready for public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 56. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Shelley.
Hello again. Shelley Wiley, Supervisor Parlin could not attend the meeting today and asked me to read the statement in her absence. Dear fellow board members, thank you for listening to the public's concern about protecting Cool's rural character, and specifically in this case, the residents of Cool, California. As development projects are proposed in our county, it's incumbent on us to keep our quality of life in mind so that it is protected for future generations to come. Adding this design overlay to all commercial and multifamily parcels in Cool, California sets that expectation. Thank you again for supporting this effort. I look forward to our continued work to create design standards for all of our communities in El Dorado County. Kim, please have the record reflect that Supervisor Parlin made a statement of support for approving the Cool Community Design Overlay.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Shelley. We greatly appreciate that. I don't see any more comments in the room. Is there anyone online, Kim?
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, wonderful. I'll bring this back, I'll close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for other comments or for action.
Now I move to approve.
I'll second.
Supervisor Turnbull moved approval, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And that is, we are at the end of our time allocations for the morning. What is the board's is a pleasure to go back into closed session? And
Yeah,
then
finish, yeah.
we need a 5-minute break or so before we do that. We will go back in and finish our closed session items, take our lunch, and then we will be back in time for 1 p.m. open forum. So thank you all. And before we move on to open forum, County Council, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. The board heard item number 61, the performance evaluation of the Director of Planning and Building. And on a 4-0 vote with Supervisor Parlin being absent, the board approved advancing the Director of Planning and Building from step 3 to step 4 of the salary schedule, effective pay period 15, which starts on July 1st.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. And with that, Kim, let's open up open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats. Sorry, I couldn't talk trash to you. I didn't connect.
I'm sorry.
Oh, was it you,
Sorry,
Kathy? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So I've been before the Board of Supervisors on this issue for Grizzly Flats. And I know the rates are going to go up, but we don't have additional services. It's probably more appropriate that I go before the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, which I will do. But I would like you all to know some of the issues, since I am concerned. There are members that represent towns and some districts, but I don't see any member that represents fire victims of the mosquito fire and the Caldor fire. We have additional unique needs that these other representatives are not aware of, and they don't have a priority. I've already started at the county fair talking to the U.S. Forest Service, the Fire Council about these issues. A big issue is wood has been chipped, and there are just piles and piles of chipped wood up there that can spontaneously combust. We need to get rid of those. I mean, some of the piles are 10 feet high. I didn't really find it acceptable that I was told, well, if I make defensible space, that my RV and trailer are going to be fine. I sort of doubt it. And the other thing is the vegetation, because there are not trees there. It's great to see that all the grasses and wildfire flowers come back. They're beautiful, but they're also shoulder high and they're gonna dry out. And we're gonna have to weed whack them and get rid of that vegetation. There really needs to be a way to get dumpsters up there all the time, so individual homeowners don't have to pay $229 for a dumpster. But thank you.
Thanks for coming down. Appreciate it.
And I'm not going to stay because I got to go back to work.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate your comments.
Yeah, Kathy, see Mark, go to the office and talk to him, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ryan Carter. I wasn't able to be with you guys last week, but I wanted to applaud your action in regards to Sierra harm reduction, sending that letter to the state. That was awesome. I thank you guys for doing that. Although it wasn't one of the cases that the sheriff talked about, my brother's overdose death last year, I believe was directly related to Sierra harm reduction paraphernalia. So thank you very much for taking that action. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the El Dorado County Junior Livestock Auction. I know, Chair, you didn't have the numbers last week, so I won't steal your thunder by talking about them now, but I really wanted to let you guys know how awesome it was. My wife and I volunteered. We were there at 6:30 feeding the kids on behalf of Farm Trails and Farm Bureau. Those kids are amazing. They're smart, they're articulate, they're entrepreneurs. There's unbelievable families that are involved in that auction. I really wanted to recognize Dylan Brewster. He's a 17-year-old Union Mine student that donated 100% of the proceeds from his pig to the families of the Pollock Pines kids that were affected by that crash on May 31st. Once again, I won't steal your thunder by giving that number, but I hope you do talk about it. It was tens of thousands of $58,000, almost $59,000 for the families was raised on that one animal.
Wow.
And the best part about it is that King's Meat now has that pig. It's been processed and they are selling it. And 100% of the proceeds from those sales will also go to the families. So absolutely outstanding effort from our community. And so if you want some locally farmed pork, go to King's Meats and help support those families. Anyway, it was inspirational. I really want to encourage you guys next year to take part in it. Even better yet, join Ruth and I and volunteer. It's one of the most amazing displays of generosity that our community has to offer, the Eldorado County has to offer. So anyway, it's awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support of the fair and our kids.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Wow, no line. Cam Greenwood from the Triple Junction, 325, whatever it is. Anyway, kind of to dovetail with what the lady from Grizzly Flats was suggesting. Yes, burn season has now been terminated. Calls, burn permits are now suspended. A couple of days from now, maybe that'd be great, but we still have burning to do. A lot of people could have benefited by having yesterday and perhaps today to also burn. At least they didn't cut it off on Friday for all the weekend type of people. Anyway, my discussions with CAL FIRE are that they really don't use a lot of science when they determine burn days. 1 year, the response as to why they're shutting down was because all the other ranger units are doing so. Whoa, that's some science. To quote Gavin, operating in real time, mindfulness, this, that, and the other thing, and all the other Gavinisms. But one thing I got to agree with him is that we need to do a little more science out there in our management. And CAL FIRE could be breaking these units up into elevational zones, which they refuse to do thus far, hopefully in the future. But, you know, we're a part of this because El Dorado County has its clearance requirements and fire safe, this, that, and the other thing, ordinances that make people need to generate vegetative matter that needs to be burned or disposed of in some other manner. Burning is an easy way to do it under most conditions. So anyway, what I'm getting at here is please work with CAL FIRE, air quality, and your own staff to get some sense into this burning thing. We can create those elevational zones. Many years ago, they had night burning, 6 to midnight. That's when I always burn because it's easier on the burner, if you will. It allows you to see any spot fires that may have escaped, whereas at daytime, you don't really notice them until they're a little out of control, if you will. So I'm going to be working with the state level people on this and tie together with some of you folks there at the Board of Supervisors to get some real-time type of management of these.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Kim. Appreciate you calling in.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good afternoon, Melody.
Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First, I want to address the fact our elected representatives have been violating the Brown Act, their oaths of office, and PRA requests for information. It is the First Amendment right of citizens to petition government for redress of grievances. For example, this morning there were 50 consent items. I had requested number 18 regarding the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee be pulled from consent until such time that Lori Parlin returns July 10th so she can address the objections to specific appointments. Lori Parlin's office has been unresponsive to constituents, hence the petition for her recall. The CAO responded after the fact that the consent items were all routine, that it was a false statement and a devious tactic to avoid transparency or accountability. Another example was last week when I inquired why the BOS meeting began at 8 a.m. instead of the usual 9 a.m. Because there was no public notification of this change, I arrived late and was unable to make my remarks concerning your support of the LGBTQ consent item, which represents perverted biblical values and sexual grooming of our children. What God calls an abomination, you call pride, then elevate it to acceptable conduct and snuck it in under consent. Everyone knows pride goes before the fall. I also was unable to comment last week about a PRA submitted June 6th concerning Mount Murphy Road repairs. There has been an abysmal lack of staff response or adherence to the Freedom of Information Act. DOT Tech Ashley Johnson failed to email me the requested documentation and responded, if you have any additional comments or clarifications, please contact road maintenance at 530-642-4909. The law is clear that the county is obligated to provide PRA info in whatever form I request. I emailed you all to apprise you of the stalemate in Ashley's absurd response. Her perfunctory replies were insulting and insinuate the county has no intention of complying with the law. Lastly, John Hydal was grossly in error when he stated that DOT did not have to respond to Melody's comments. That hypocritically contradicts the EDC core values of accountability, integrity, service excellence, and collaboration. I specifically asked you to please advise who exactly is responsible for the follow-up on PRAs to ensure they don't fall through the cracks. You have all received the same correspondence, but have remained deaf and dumb to the spirit and letter of the law. When public servants refuse to respond to verbal or written requests for information, then they have abused the public trust and due process of law. Either you are censoring my correspondence, you are deliberately ignoring them, which is against the law and contrary to good governance and your oath of office. Pursuant to my rights, I demand your public response to these grievances.
Melody.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all for being with us for open forum. We don't have an item until our 2 p.m. allocation, so I believe we will hear the last closed session item and then be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is now 2 o'clock and we are back. Before we get on to our 2 p.m. time allocation, do we have any report outs from our last closed session item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did finally complete its closed session agenda, having heard item number 62. There is no action to report out.
Okay, great. Thank you. And with that, we have item number 57, Kim.
Item number 57 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board receive a presentation from the Health and Human Services Agency, Behavioral Health Division, and Probation Department about the benefit of residential treatment facilities for youth.
Welcome back, Chief Richard.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. If mornings are about adults, afternoons are about kids.
Fair enough,
We'll talk
yes.
about kids. And I'll set the stage for you just a little bit. After I left you this morning, I got in the car and quickly got down to Sacramento. There's a conference going on. Probation holds an annual foster care kids conference, to not the official title, but it's about foster kids. And it's part of the work that we do in the foster care world. And so just to, for people that may be watching, just so that I can create some understanding, most people think of foster youth relative to child welfare, or what a lot of people know as CPS, Child Protective Services back in the day, and that they deal with foster kids that are abused and neglected and are in need of resource families, what we used to call foster families or group homes. Well, probation has a mirror image set of services that we provide for kids that are in the delinquency system. So a court is a court. And whether it's dependency or delinquency, often it's the same judge. In our community, it's often and most uniquely the same court officer. Hearing the same cases, the difference between dependency and delinquency is just that kids are abused and neglected and being taken from families versus kids are delinquent and being removed from families. And when it's necessary to remove a youth from families in the probation world, they are placed either in juvenile hall with a resource family or in a group home setting. The only way that they get to a resource family or a group home setting is through a placement order, just like they do in child welfare. The big difference is we deal with far fewer youth than child welfare does. Their numbers are, make ours seem insignificant, relatively speaking, but the same system rules apply. All the same federal regulations and laws, all the same state regulations and laws. They all say the social worker or probation officer, quietly, parenthetically almost, because they know that everything that they do for child welfare applies to probation. So I mentioned the conference because there was a panel of youth that were speaking. One of them was a former El Dorado County foster care kid. And since she didn't mind me sharing, her name is Grace Miller. And Grace is now an adult living in the state of Washington with 2 kids and a husband. But she was a kid that we had in our foster care system from the time she was 13 years old. And her first entry into the juvenile hall was at 13 years old. And I remember meeting Grace, who was, by all accounts, a very wild child. She would change the entire dynamic of the institution when she would come in, and because she was in charge. She ran the institution when she would come in, and she was a champion for all the other kids. If she didn't feel like another kid was being treated fairly, in fact, she intimated a story to me this afternoon. She would engage with staff to make sure that that kid got treated fairly because she knew that what was right was right. Now, the manner in which she handled that, probably not the best, but she had some learning and growing and maturing to do. And I am happy to report that I watched Grace in front of 1,000 people today talk about her story and talk about her success, and not, she credits probation for basically keeping her alive for a period of time that gave her the opportunity to get to the point where she could take care of herself and grow a life for herself. But again, just these stories of amazing, I mean, if I told you the story from where she came, which is a story that's repeated time and time and time again in the child welfare system, Grace was an abused and neglected child. Grace was really a child welfare kid that chose to go out and do things against the community, which caused her to become a probation kid. That's the story that is very most often the case. We don't deal with kids that all of a sudden one day decided to become delinquent when they were abused and neglected as adolescents or even as infants, as young as 2-3 years old. So anyway, I share all of that with you. Kim, do you have the presentation? Thank you. I share all of that with you. One, to set a little bit of the stage, and two, to create the continuity from whence this question came. So we are here today at the request of the board, based on a prior presentation that I had made on an unrelated subject, and the topic of group homes came up. And so you wanted some information back from the Child Welfare Department, Health and Human Services Agency, and the Probation Department about how group homes operate in the county. Next slide, please. Or do I have drivability? Okay, fantastic. And so I think it's important for us to just sort of set a little bit of the context as to what we're talking about exactly. And the reason I'm starting is because I have not much to say in the rest of the presentation, and because my contract requires I get speaking parts anytime there's a public presentation. It's just the way it works. So you have to hear from me twice today, then I promise I'll leave you guys alone for a while. So I want to differentiate the notion between group homes and what is now known as an STRTP, a short-term residential treatment program. The reason that acronym even matters and the difference between these two things matter is because we went through something called CCR a while back, which was essentially a complete redesign of the foster care system in California. The state recognized that our failure rates were too high. We were not doing well from a state perspective across the system, and realized that it's a state-run system that's administered locally, like a lot of things, right? In this instance, though, we were seeing things like a lot of deaths of children who were in foster care environments or group homes, a lot of abuse that occurred in group homes, and the state wasn't satisfied with that. Unfortunately, decided to do something about it a decade ago and went into a years-long process called CCR, and I'm trying to remember the acronym as I'm stalling. Pardon me? Continuum of Care Reform. That's correct. Thank you. And the interesting thing about CCR was it really was a child welfare focused redesign and probation. So a lot of things were often forgotten about relative to the foster care youth in the probation system. I'll give you a perfect example. We had in our former CAO was a foster care parent for a period of time. And most of you probably know that. And he and his family took on the responsibility of a probation youth in their family from Placer County, by the way, caveat, from Placer County. And one of the things that they had to go through in becoming a resource family was learn infant CPR as a rule, as a requirement. They had to know infant CPR in order to take on a 16-year-old boy in their home. That is a tiny anecdote of an example of how the system was really redesigned, and probation was not well considered in that process and has taken us years to catch up with the requirements of CCR and for probation's systems to come along and catch up with CCR. But it's part of why we do the conference every year that's going on in Sacramento right now. Okay, so group homes and short-term STRTPs, one is a formally licensed and regulated, highly regulated group home environment. That is an STRTP. You do not have to be an STRTP to function as a congregate care group facility within a jurisdiction. You can be just a group home. You can be licensed and treated as a group home. The big difference is you don't qualify for the federal funding when it comes to operating as a group home. In fact, there are elements of state funding you don't qualify for. Your beds would be financed by local government or private entities. An example of a private entity might be Kaiser or Sutter or a school district or behavioral health from another jurisdiction who needs a bed that provides a certain type of treatment for a kid. And that could fall into a group home versus an STRTP. Now, an STRTP is a place where I can put a kid in a licensed care facility anywhere in the state. We are no longer able to place kids out of state without special permission and special circumstances. Whereas I used to place a lot of kids out of state, oftentimes girls who were sexually trafficked, and I needed them away from their abusers. I would put them into more remote locations because if they were in California, they would tend to run and go back to their abuser. So that is no longer really an option for us, again, absent extreme circumstances. And so the licensed facilities in the state of California to which I have most access are the STRTPs, the licensed facilities with federal and state financing that help us pay for that level of care. Go ahead, Kim. The other, this is where I'll depart here. The other option for probation is resource families, foster care families. So I can place kids into congregate care facilities. I can house kids in our juvenile hall, or I can place kids into resource families, foster care families. And we have an entire unit of staff, from administrators to probation officers, that are required to meet monthly with their kids, to travel to every location where we have a kid located for placement. And we really rely on a network of providers that have locations outside of El Dorado County, where we will place our kids. We don't tend to use providers in El Dorado County, not for any reason, not for any negative reason, but for when we place kids locally, they tend to run. And when they run, they don't get service. And so we're constantly catching them up, getting them into the juvenile hall, putting them back in the placement, then they run. And that cycle means that their treatment is delayed until we can get them firmly placed in a safe place where they can begin to do treatment. So we tend to find treatment and placements out of the area for them. That's just our circumstance. We use the provider network that exists throughout the state. And of course, El Dorado County has providers that provide for treatment beds here in this jurisdiction, just like most all jurisdictions do. I'm sure there are very small counties that do not have group home providers in them. I happen to come from a county where I was born and raised and worked, where group homes were omnipresent. We had very large footprints of group homes in Shasta County. And there were times where we had problems with group homes, and most of the time, the relationship between providers and those that needed the service, probation departments and child welfare, worked very well. And when they didn't, then we would step into the conversation to try to come to an understanding as to what improvements needed to be made. So that's where our experience comes from, where my experience comes from relative to the probation world. And now I'm going to turn it over to my partners over at HHSA to take it from here. So, okay.
Thank you so much, Chief Richard. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Leslie Griffith, Assistant Director with Health and Human Services. So I will put a big caveat out there to say I am not the expert in the laws and regulations that govern our STRTPs. I just know enough to, be a little dangerous, I think. But so children's residential programs, which is kind of an umbrella term that I'll use for our group homes and our STRTPs, are under our Community Care Licensing Division at California Department of Social Services. They are the body that has regulatory oversight of the licensed facilities caring for minors age 0 to 17 and what we call non-minor dependents age 18 to 21 in foster care. And the role of the licensing division includes prevention, compliance, and enforcement of the laws. Prevention is really that licensing component, right? The background checks, making sure that they're checking all of the boxes to become a licensed provider. Compliance is really that process to ensure that the facilities are operating according to the applicable laws and regulations. They do that through inspections, they do that through consultation. And then there's the enforcement piece of all that. Title 22 regulations they are what apply to all community care facilities licensed by community care licensing. And then there's interim licensing standards, right? Which really operationalize all of the different laws and the things that are pertinent to how they run their operations. I have this slide up here because I want you to also understand that there's a large system at play of oversight. So, you have your California Department of Social Services and your Title 22 regulations and your community care licensing. But then you have child welfare and probation when we place in the homes, and our placements are really governed by more like the Welfare and Institutions Code, right? And our juvenile courts that have oversight of the minor, right, of the placement. And we are going out and they govern how often we see the kids in the placement and what we're reporting back on and what kind of information we're looking for. And then we're reporting that all back to the court, who's then ultimately making the decisions about the placement and whether kids are placed in a certain facility or not. So there is a larger system at play. So even though child welfare, like I would say that I don't have any authority per se over a group home or an STRTP and their license, I have authority over my kids there, right? And I have authority to go into the homes and monitor the care of them and what things are doing and have those conversations about concerns that I might see or, strengths that are happening, and really ultimately being a good partner because I want the best care for my kids. Next. So here, just to give an idea of what we're talking about in terms of El Dorado County's landscape. So right now at this moment, we have Summit View, Child and Family Services, and New Morning Youth and Family Services. Summit View has an 18-bed capacity for licensed STRTPs, and then 12-bed capacity for licensed group homes. And New Morning has a 12-bed capacity for licensed group homes. When Brian mentioned continuum of care reform, this landscape has changed dramatically. Even in the 8 years that I've been here in El Dorado, we used to have many more group homes operating in our county, but continuum of care reform really set the bar much higher for the standards of care for our operators and what the supervision looked like, who the staff were, the nursing, the psychiatry, all of that. It just really increased the expectations dramatically. And so a lot of providers across the state, kind of little mom and pop providers that might have had, 1 6-bed home, most of them have gone out of business because they just could not meet the higher expectations and standards of care. So this now, 8 years later, is what we are left with here in El Dorado. And they are part of a statewide system of care for these kids. The other thing that has really dramatically changed as child welfare has shifted is who the kids are that are going into these facilities, because child welfare, right, has been so much, the shift has been so much around prevention and maintaining kids in their home that it really is a very last resort of removal for kids. So the young people that we have in care are, and especially the kids that are going into the group homes and the STRTPs, are kids with the most complex care needs. And so it's not uncommon for these kids to even be in multiple placements, multiple STRTPs over time. And you kind of keep searching, right, until you find the best fit. That's not ideal, but if you guys have, if you've noticed or seen anything in the news statewide over the past couple of months, there's been increasing articles statewide about child welfare kids in offices, in hotels, in Airbnbs, in unlicensed facilities. And it's because the system of care to care for these most complex kids is struggling, right? And even the STRTPs, our highest level of care, they struggle to meet the needs of some of these young people, where child welfare then is left to house them in any way we can, because ultimately we're responsible. So it's a really challenging time statewide for the young people that we're talking about today. Because even though we're talking about, right, children's facilities and STRTPs, really we're talking about kids, right? Kids with very complex needs that need places to be and get the care that they need. All right, next. So this just gives you a snapshot of, over the past couple of years, locally, what we've used and how our Summit View and New Morning have been utilized. So kind of piggybacking on what I just said about the needs statewide, if I'm a child welfare social worker and I have a young person that needs this level of care, I'm going to search all across the state to find it. Because I don't want this child in my office or in other unsafe situations. So here locally, we will always first turn to our local partners because we want as much as possible and when safe to keep our kids in our community. Brian talked about some situations where it is just best to have them out of the environment, but more often than not, we want to keep them local in our community, keep them close to their friends and their family, keep them in their school of origin whenever we can. But it doesn't always align, right? That Summit View, they may not have an open bed right when we need it. So it just doesn't always match up. So, and with continuum of care reform, so I will say probably 5 years ago, we were usually operating at anywhere between 20 and 25 of our El Dorado County kids placed in group homes or STRTPs. Today we have 6. And I will say for the past couple of years, it's been more 2 or 3. We've done a very great, a phenomenal job really of keeping kids in the lowest level of care, and really only using this level of care for those most complex kids. So we've had 2 for a long time, and in April and May, since April and May, we now have 6, and 4 of them are currently placed at Summit View, because some of you had openings when we needed openings. And so we were able to get 4 of our local kids placed there, which is what we like to do. And just to give you an idea, right, what the impact on our staff, right, when we place a kid in Los Angeles or San Diego or San Bernardino, right, at least every month they're getting on airplanes and they're traveling down there to see these kids. And it just makes the oversight that we've been talking about much more challenging. It makes reunification much more challenging. It makes the mental health services, right, the provision of mental health services and education much more challenging. So whenever we can keep our kids local, it just really minimizes a lot of the trauma that happens. Next. So this just talks about New Morning. So New Morning is used a little bit different. New Morning has always been licensed as a group home. We in Child Welfare has used it more like a shelter. So a very short-term temporary stay to give us time to find a more appropriate level of care. Even that, our placements at New Morning have decreased quite a bit over the past 5 years, as well as we have really made a focused effort on, first placements with family or first placements in, foster homes, just trying to minimize the use of group homes as much as possible. 1, because it's a more expensive placement type, and 2, it's just best for kids to be in home environments. So this New Morning number is constantly in flux, depending on when we're bringing kids into care, because New Morning gets a lot of our kids as a first placement, that happens, or these kids that we're talking about that might need group home placement, but we can't get it right away. They might go to New Morning while we're seeking the higher level of care. And then I'm going to hand it back to Brian.
Yep. So real quick, I just wanted you to see a point in time. This is our current number of placements for probation. And I needed to clarify, this was just a communication error and who is preparing the presentation. That is not New Morning probation placements. These are probation placements, period. We have nobody placed with New Morning. That was just an error in the title. But for us, I told you there were 3 types of placements. There were resource family, short-term therapeutic, and group home. There actually is another type of placement that we both deal with, which was an extension through CCR. It was the creation of the extended foster care system. And what extended foster care means essentially is a youth has aged out of the traditional foster care system, 18, and become an extension of that system. And they are still eligible for services beyond their 18th birthday by virtue of the fact that they had a placement order prior to their 18th birthday. So our delinquency court places a kid in a group home, or even makes a placement order and it never gets followed through, but the placement order is made. That child is automatically eligible for extended foster care services, which might include supervised independent living that we help fund through our state dollars, federal dollars, non-supervised independent living, college tuition, food, transportation, et cetera. We can help provide all of those resources for an adolescent transitioning into adulthood, because will be no surprise to you, if you went out and surveyed your homeless population, you would find a great high percentage of them came from the foster care system. That is true throughout the state. The state found that unacceptable and said, we've got to continue to transition these people successfully to adulthood so that they can be self-sustaining. So in the probation department solely, we currently have 9 kids in that extended foster care status. So that's the lion's share of who we have as kids with former placement orders that we are still responsible for assisting and managing. They're not on probation anymore, but we provide services to these 9 kids. We continue to visit them, support them, and help them make choices as to how they're going to gain employment, go to education, et cetera. We have one youth with a resource family, with a foster care family. That's actually here in El Dorado County. And then we have two youth that are in short-term residential therapeutic programs. And as you can see, one's in Fresno and one is in Sacramento. We don't have kids in STRTPs here in El Dorado County. So grand total of 12 kids in our placement ranks right now. And again, 9 of those are extended foster care. So as you can see, only 3 kids who are in our placement system right now, which, by the way, when I got here, that number was well over 35. So that has nothing to do with me. That has to do with a change to the system parameters and the mindset and mission of the probation department, like Leslie was referencing, for us to keep kids at the lowest possible place, and the courts being assistive in that, and not just ordering every kid to placement because they felt like the family was a bad environment. It was really the court needed to show demonstrative evidence that placement was the necessary thing to do with this youth. And if they can't meet that bar, then they don't use placement. So also it's important to note, I think the court orders placement, but it's up to us where those kids go. It's up to child welfare and probation. The court can't say you're now a child who's being placed, being removed from the home and being placed, and probation, I want you to put them over there in Summit View. Court can't do that. The law is very clear. The court can say, I need that child to be put into a placement that's appropriate for their care and needs. And then the probation department's obligation, responsibility is to find that place and then report back to the court where we've placed the child and what the case plan is for that child. So there's a little separation of powers there, so that things like what happened in Michigan, for those of you that are aware of that situation, the pay to play system don't happen in California. So.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, Board of Supervisors, Nicole Abrimi Newcomb, Behavioral Health Director. And I'm here today, could we go to the next slide? Oh, that's it, thank you. To just talk about a little bit more again in terms of oversight of these facilities. You've already heard it from the Brian and Leslie in terms of probation and child welfare services oversight, really focused on the children and youth that they serve, and therefore then the oversight in those facilities where they're being placed. But just overall, Leslie already touched upon that it starts off with the community care licensing that any facility will have to start off with. And that's actually a frequent, she described it as well, a frequent oversight from that agency in terms of local visits to the facility to monitor, annual visits to monitor that all the regulations are followed by the facility. Then if we get to an STRTP, so here's now where the STRTPs after community care, continuum of care was passed by law in 2017, many of the group homes transitioned, not all of the group homes, as Leslie talked about as well. We lost a number of group homes, but some of the group homes, including our local Summit View provider, with 3 of the facilities moved into meeting that STRTP short-term residential treatment program bar of demonstrating the treatment that's being provided in those facilities. And now you have California Department of Healthcare Services playing a major role in partnership with your local behavioral health division. So the behavioral health division in and of itself, as much as we serve many children and youth, obviously you've heard me here do a presentation about our services, we are not placing children. So that would happen through one of our partner agencies. But through the continuum of care reform and moving group homes into STRTPs, which is the ability then to bill Medi-Cal, federal funds, for the treatment services, the local behavioral health division now is in partnership with Department of Healthcare Services, as well as our agencies that are placing and monitoring overall the operations of that STRTP and meeting the Medi-Cal requirements in terms of how treatment is being provided. And now it comes into place something that you see on the slide that's called presumptive transfer. And I want to explain that a little bit because you already heard that the capacity of the STRTPs, which we have 18 beds altogether, 3 houses with six beds each, is not covered by the local need. Not all of those beds are always covered with El Dorado children. So we have many, many children out of, I think the slide previously said 28 counties on average that place into either one of the Summit View STRTPs, a child that is in need of a placement. Medi-Cal funding through the Behavioral Health Division, very complicated system, is depending on which county your Medi-Cal is being issued in. And I'm going to go even a little bit deeper just to explain. You've heard me talk about that Medi-Cal funding doesn't cover the costs of the service completely. It's only about 50% that Medi-Cal will cover. And counties, Behavioral Health Division, are expected to use a non-federal match to cover the remainder of the cost. That's typically either MHSA or 1991 realignment or 2011 realignment funds that get allocated to the county on a certain system. And out of these pots, we are then covering those non-federal shares. The California Department of Healthcare Services allocates depending on your county Medi-Cal beneficiary. So if Los Angeles County's child or youth is being placed in the SDRTP here in El Dorado County, it's not like El Dorado County's realignment is getting increased because there's now more children out of other counties, and the realignment fund in Los Angeles County is being decreased to help us with our non-federal match because we are billing Medi-Cal. Behavioral Health, El Dorado County builds Medi-Cal for all of these children at the SDRTP, but we don't have that non-federal match because that's actually going to Los Angeles County, calculated by the state at the state level, dependent on the claims that are being submitted to the state. So if the state sees these are all these, they're going for that code that says which county does your Medi-Cal being issued. So we have an agreement in California amongst the counties to have a presumptive transfer system in place where we in El Dorado County provide those services. Our provider, Behavioral Health Division, claims for those funds, get 50% of those costs reimbursed by the state. And then there's a portal where each county pays into certain funds, and we then retrieve those non-federal match funds out of that portal to basically reimburse El Dorado, because we didn't get that in our allocation of realignment funds here. We had more costs, right? Because we had all these other counties, children and youth receiving services. So that's what presumptive transfer is about. That means that the Behavioral Health Division is intimately involved in this process. We get notified. We get notified when other counties are placing youth in our STRTP so that we have an alert system that we know we need to go to that presumptive transfer portal and make sure that Los Angeles County, that pot, we get to retrieve certain funds to make sure our costs get covered. With that, we also therefore are in very close communication with our providers. So just as much as child welfare and probation, if there's a youth placed here, have the responsibility for that youth care. Like Leslie described, at least monthly, her staff is going out to wherever her children, or El Dorado County children or youth are placed. We certainly also get notified. So if there's any issues and concerns from the provider in the home, that's something where behavioral health always is involved. We also monitor the quality of care that's being provided, again, because Medi-Cal is being issued for these services. So we have a responsibility to make sure that the services are adequate and addressing the needs, which really paints the picture of these group SDRTPs having multiple entities overseeing their services. Multiple entities, multiple staff from different entities being involved in the care that's being provided at the home. And I think that is the end of my presentation. Yeah. So I know that was a lot of information, just that last slide, but wanted to make sure that that piece is understood in terms of where behavioral health plays a role in this. And now we are open for any kind of questions.
Shows you how complex this whole the whole network and issue is. My goodness. Thank you so much. Supervisor Heidel.
Thank you. That was very helpful in understanding this maze of things that goes on and the funding transfers. And it seems like it's a really complex system, but if it's working effectively, I mean, that's the answer. So I do have a question relative to group homes and other types of placements. How much notice does the public get when a new group home is established within a community? That's been one of the questions I've been asked because people are noticing there's a lot of new traffic. It looks like it's a new occupation. They go on social media. There's a lot of speculation, but does the public normally get notified when a group home is establishing itself in a community as a new operation?
As long as the group home is basically 6 or less beds.
Right.
It's really not a process that requires any particular process within the county level. And anybody else, please correct me if I'm not saying this correctly.
Okay.
And so that's where you would not see that.
So you're saying a lot of those facilities, because there's one next to our cemetery in Frenchtown. A facility up there, I forget what it's called, but it's where French Creek Road and Frenchtown Road come together. It's up on the hill up there. Their facility, they just purchased this home. I think it's been a couple of years or whatever. And I think it's 6 beds or less, and a lot of the community wasn't even notified about it. So there's an issue there. And
Well, not a legal issue. it
well,
doesn't
not
sound
a
like,
legal
but yeah.
issue. It's basically, it's, I mean, because of 6 beds or less, they don't have to have a special use permit to be able to function. So anyway.
So I don't know if, I mean, we did reach out to the planning department on this question, and I don't know if Brett might be online. He said he would try to be. If not, I can summarize. Sampson. Okay, so we did reach out to them to get some idea, and what I understood is that community care facilities of 6 or less are allowed by right in all residential zones and some commercial zones. So the way I understood that is there is no notice, there's no outside process for that. When we talk about community care facilities over 6 is when there's more say.
One of the things is there any way, I know it's because it's kind of state mandated, these facilities, but if the county put some kind of require a special use permit, even for 6 or less, is it possible we can do that or not possible we can do that?
No, so that actually starts to get into constitutional issues
Okay.
about right to privacy. There's been numerous cases establishing that that's kind of beyond the appropriate level of inquiry to restrict based upon the familial relationships of the household if it's 6 or fewer residing in there.
Yeah, I know a lot of the residents are concerned because there's houses going up in residential areas and a lot of people are really concerned about that. So
Now, I did understand a little bit, there are some differences if something were like an alcohol and drug facility, for example. I think there are different things, but for what we're talking about, no. Now, it's even come up this week, just coincidentally. So I received an email this week about somebody who's interested in starting an STRTP in El Dorado County. And one of the requirements to start an STRTP is that you get a letter of support. I responded basically saying that at this time, right, El Dorado County would not provide a letter of support for a new STRTP, given that our local need, right, is not that great, and our local need is met with Summit View. They don't need our letter of support. They can get a letter of support from a different placing agency. So that's a challenge, right? I know that behavioral health could speak a little bit because they have some involvement, but in theory, right, somebody could start an STRTP in our jurisdiction without El Dorado County providing a letter of support.
So the only thing I just want to clarify for that is correct. The only piece to remember is group home, yes, STRTP, because that's where Department of Healthcare Services comes in. Now you have to have a medical license, and that's what the Department of Healthcare Services, the state does. So they come out and they need to certify that facility. Plus, they do actually are expected. And so far, that has always been the process, is that you, in collaboration with your local behavioral health division, develop that plan that they have to submit to the state. So the Department of Healthcare Services looks for when that facility submits that plan to demonstrate they can be in functioning STRTP, that has been something that's been developed in collaboration with your local behavioral health division. But the initial license to have that 6-bedroom facility through community care licensing, if you are 6 beds or less, that's not something that has to be publicly approved, can be done by right, as Leslie explained. So the STRTP adds that additional level, because now you're billing Medi-Cal.
So they can be placed pretty much anywhere.
They can
Is that
have
right?
in residential or commercial zoning.
Yeah.
Just like Leslie read the regulation that we learned from the planning division. Yes.
Any other questions at this point?
Calls for service. Do we typically, and I'm talking about a group home again, do we typically see an increase in calls for service in a given neighborhood if it becomes a group home?
You mean law enforcement calls?
Yes.
I
'Cause
can't speak to, I don't have
I'm
data on that.
suspecting that that's where this is coming from, because with active social media accountings, and people seeing sheriff's officers at a given place, that raises a public concern of what's going on, and that just changes all that scuttlebutt. So I'm just trying to be responsive to some of the inputs I've heard in terms of how can we as a county keep people appraised of the safe community aspect of these things. When most of the time it is safe, but it isn't a secure facility. So
Yeah, a couple of points that I think are important to highlight and I can comment on. So as far as the data is concerned, we don't have data around calls for service, although I'm sure the Sheriff's Department dispatch unit could provide it if it were requested. That said, the environment around group homes tends to ebb and flow. So depending on the makeup of the community in the group home, you may have a period of time where things seem chaotic in a particular group home, and it's usually circumstantial.
Okay.
If you have, and I have seen in the past, not here in El Dorado, but in other jurisdictions, if you have bad actors, so to speak, people that are not good operators when it comes to group homes, that tends to show over time. And then you can begin to take some sort of inquiry type action with community care licensing. They will begin to receive complaints. Those complaints will be investigated. Members of our probation environment and probably child welfare as well begin to make calls to their colleagues in the jurisdiction to say, what do you know about X? We seem to be having problems, et cetera. And I will say that, that as you saw, there were 28 different counties using some of you as a child welfare placement site. And some probation beds can be acquired there as well, although I've not gotten calls about them. I do occasionally get a call from a probation department, and I don't mean me personally, my department, to say, what do you know about this provider? We have this kid. Do you think that they would service them well? And we make those calls back and forth because we're trying to find the best site for our kids. There's also the recognition that group homes do take a toll on local services. You cannot avoid that. I'll give you my department example is a group home child welfare placement of a 14, 15, 16-year-old at-risk kid, say with mental health issues or with substance abuse issues, creates a disturbance in the community, gets arrested for a crime, is coming to our juvenile hall. One thing that we do know, we recognize and we take a proactive stance against is the advancement of youth from a child welfare system into the probation system, because that their dependency issues are spilling over into delinquency issues as they break a window at the group home, they get into a fight, they steal something at the store. We try not to cause them to spill over into our system because we know that penetration into the delinquency system means a continued system involvement that is not healthy for them. So we tend to work with the local placing agency, whoever that is, probation does, say it's Fresno County. We contact child welfare at Fresno County. We talk to them about the situation, how we can help, but how we are not going to be filing charges against youth unless it's a serious or aggravated offense that occurs. And if it is a serious or aggravated offense, and then of course we will file charges, but it's important to know we move that case back to the originating county. So we will met out the validity of the case through the district attorney's office and the local court. But once the child is found responsible for the delinquency, we ship it back to their home county for disposition. So we don't take on the responsibility of a kid just because they were a child welfare placement here in El Dorado County.
That's helpful.
seems like the right balance. Thank you.
I just got one more other question. On these group homes, these facilities that are 6 or less, you know what kind of kids are placed in that before they, when they come here to El Dorado County, you already know who they are?
So El Dorado County Child Welfare does not. What happens is that Fresno County, for example, like Brian's talking about, would make a referral directly to, well, the process has changed because now there's a much more involved process. Just October of 21, I think, where we went into the QA, the qualified individual. So now there's a whole new process in place that does a lot of upfront assessment of a youth and their needs locally, like through child welfare and probate and mental health, right? Mental health right now is the local qualified individual for our kids, right? So they're looking at our kids, they're assessing our kids, they're creating a report, basically recommending that level of care. And so so that is part of what some of you, for example, would get, right, from a kid coming from another county. And they're going to get court reports, and they're going to get all sorts of documentation that the child welfare agency has on that young person. And they're going to do their best assessment about, right, do they think that they could meet that young person's needs? And how does that young person fit in their milieu, right? How is that young person going to fit with the other 5 kids there? Because, I mean, I'm confident that, you know, our providers, first and foremost, they feel a duty to the kids they have, right? They don't want to disrupt their care. They don't want to bring in somebody who's going to be assaultive to them or abusive to them or, you know, disrupt their care. So there's a lot of assessment done up front, right, before they accept somebody. But we also know that, you know, sometimes what we see is just the tip of the iceberg. So you don't always know, right? You can do your best assessment, you can provide the best information, and sometimes things are going to come up and situations are going to arise, and you're going to, somebody's going to do something that you weren't anticipating. I did want to speak a little bit to then when that happens, right? When a provider does feel like a young person is not a good fit and they can't meet their needs. There is a 14-day process where they could give notice to terminate a placement with 14-day notice. Now, if I was the child welfare agency on that kid, I'm going to work my darndest to try to get them to change their mind, right? And try to maintain that placement. And what can I do? What services can I put in place? You know, right? Because we all know that one more disruption to school and place, right? It just has lasting impacts, right? So from the child welfare perspective, I'm always going to try to do what I can to maintain those placements and keep those kids in their care, unless there's real safety issues. But the placements do have an ability to do a 14-day notice to notify us that the placements, that we need to find a new placement.
And this youth is up to 21 years of age, is that?
Yeah, it can be. Generally, it's 17 and under. We don't have, I mean, we don't do very many placements into STRTPs of 18 and older. It would be pretty exceptional circumstances.
Okay. Yeah, just concerned even about that, because there's been a lot of concerns and there's been some issues in the past. That's one of the reasons why we have reached out to you guys to put something together for us, so we kind of understand more what's going on in our communities. But the biggest thing is a lot of these houses are springing up all over the place, and people are not getting notified, you know, until late. And they can't, and the community is not aware of it. So, and they're really concerned about it.
So just as when you're gonna get an adult in one of these children's facilities, more often than not, it's gonna be because somebody was there and they turned 18. Right. And so they're staying there until maybe they graduate high school or they graduate treatment, and then they'd be on their way. Very rarely would we place an 18, 19-year-old into one of these facilities.
All right. Okay.
And it sounds, first of all, I want to thank you all for this just really in-depth look that helps us understand what this network and what this system is. It's just incredibly helpful. And from what I'm hearing, you say these short-term residential, you know, treatment facilities, therapeutic treatment facilities, that those have to, while, you know, you can have a 6-bed house by right in neighborhoods and commercial areas, that those can't just pop up wherever they want to in neighborhoods. There's a process for that that is a pretty high threshold.
Yes, and clarify, even though some of you has 18 beds, right? It is 3 separate 6-bed facilities.
Exactly.
So they are each licensed as an individual facility.
Exactly. And, you know, I think, you know, we're all torn about this a little bit because, you know, we do, of course, our responsibility is to our residents, you know, and the safety of our neighborhoods and our communities. Of course, we all share that common lens. And yet I also recognize that, you know, I think we were all blessed with a wonderful childhood. And I can't imagine, as, you know, Chief Richard shared with us today, some of the heroic journeys that so many people have been on to overcome really adverse circumstances that we can't even begin to understand. And in that regard, these types of facilities are so critical to, I think we're talking kids, to meeting the needs of kids that have been failed at every level. And so from that standpoint, I think it's incumbent on us as a caring, county to do everything we possibly can to be a part of a network that helps heal and lift up these kids and wrapping around them with support and with services. And I think we're blessed that the two providers that we have, Summit View and New Morning, have been in our county a long time. They are dedicated, members of our community. They're not just fly-by-night operators. Their boards are made up of long-standing community members that are deeply committed to our community, that are known in our communities. That one very, very unfortunate incident, last year in my district, while it was, not good, I have tremendous respect for the way it was handled. Everyone, the law enforcement, the CEO, their staff came to the table, probation. It was handled. Situation was handled, and that's all you can ask for. And so I just appreciate this deeper understanding of this issue, recognizing how complex it is. And I guess you answered just about all of my questions that I did have. But if we have an incident in our state, recognizing that these homes are by right, is there a grievance process at the state level that residents have at their disposal?
It's a complete process with community care licensing. If there is if somebody believes that there has been a violation at the facility, it is through their general complaint process, and then community care licensing would go out and investigate.
But I think, we've shown by the most recent incident that it doesn't get to that point because we kind of work with it as a community to resolve the issue.
And I will say, Supervisor Thomas, I appreciate your lens on this, because it is remembering that we're talking about children, right? Our most vulnerable, abused and neglected children who come from a trauma history, and how that plays out is different for everybody. And I applaud our providers who do feel a strong passion and commitment to the work of serving our abused and neglected kids. And so for me, I come up from a perspective of, when we talk about what can we do, it's leaning in, right? And it's recognizing that child welfare cannot solve this problem alone. Some of you cannot solve this problem alone. New Morning cannot solve it. It takes a community response. So yes, when things happen, because things will happen, it's about how do we come to the table together to solve the problem and support our providers, because without that entire network, the system crumbles.
Really well said, Leslie. All right, wonderful.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take public comment on this item. Thank you all for your presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 57. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right. Well, this is just an information item, a presentation. Just want to thank you, Leslie and Nicole and Olivia and Chief Richard. Appreciate the time it took to put that together to inform and help us understand what this network and system of care looks like in our community. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Well, we have 5 minutes till our 3 p.m., our last item of the day. So we need a bio break. We will revisit this at 3 o'clock. It is 3 o'clock and we are back for our final item of the day, item number 58, Kim.
Item number 58 is a hearing from the Treasurer Tax Collectors Department recommending the board conduct a public hearing to introduce and adopt an ordinance amending Title III, Chapter 3.29 and Title 5, Section 5.05.030 of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code to add additional fees to cover the cost to provide additional services. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jennifer Stebbins, Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. I'm coming before you today to consider the introduction and final passage of Ordinance 5176. In 2020, the board approved a Treasurer Tax Collector fee update to increase the cost recovery for services provided to the public. These proposed amendments will add fees to the Treasurer Tax Collector's fee schedule to reflect the reasonable cost of providing specific services. So I can take you through the changes that are on the ordinance. Regarding property tax related fees, we are adding number 7, which is an application for separation. That's specific to the separation of the lien, direct charges, 1915 bonds, and Mello-Roos special tax. It is a $77 fee increase. Number 12 is a reminder notice. It's specific to the current year second installment of secured property taxes and supplemental bills. It's going from a $10 fee to a $38 fee. And it's aligning it with the unsecured reminder notices. So this was for secured, it aligns it with the unsecured reminder notices. So then for TOT fees, these were identified in the 2020 study, but were not included at that time. So number 37 is specific to the assessments that we do for non-payment of TOT. So it's $38 per 15-minute increments or $154 an hour. And then number 38 is for a duplicate TOT certificate. It's a $10 fee and it's not cost recovery. It's just for the printing and mailing of a TOT certificate. That's to reproduce a TOT certificate that's already been sent out. Number 41 is for a $400 subscription fee. So this is specific to the access to our FTP site. So, and it's for the current and delinquent tax bills. And then number 42 is a subscription fee of $200. It's specific to the access to the FTP site again, but it's for the delinquent tax bills only. And so those subscription fees, we upload the megabyte data into an FTP site daily. We review it and then upload it for both current and delinquent tax bills. And then the information is utilized by core tax, mortgage companies, and timeshare companies to know what is needing still outstanding to be paid for delinquent and current bills. And then lastly, business license fees that we identified during the 2020 study, but we did not include them at that time. For a duplicate business license, it's a $10 increase fee, and it's not cost recovery. And then a renewal late notice. So if somebody doesn't pay their business license timely, we would charge them $10 because they were late in renewing their license. And that's it.
Pretty doggone straightforward. All right. Does the board have any questions on this item?
Yeah, I just got a question. Is there a lot of businesses or not even in compliance that you know of? I know you guys went out there and gathered a lot of information from businesses, and there was a lot of them didn't even know they had to have a business license. So is that an ongoing thing now to make sure they're in compliance still?
So we do have somebody that goes out to several locations. If we know that there are businesses in a location, our field officer will go out to make sure to try to educate people. We are also asked to join other departments. The fire department, I think, was the one that has requested that we go out because they will be doing some kind of inspection. They ask us to go out with them. When we find somebody that doesn't have a business license, if they have unpaid property taxes, he has paperwork that he can provide to them, telling them that they need a business license. He gives them an application and asks them to contact us.
That's good.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
In the past, one of the things that's been a concern is the temporary business situation. You've got a festival, people come in, they're only here for 2 days selling goods or services or whatever. Are we getting better at trying to track that, and make sure that they have a temporary business license or whatever the proper term is?
Yes, so we do send the same field officer up to Apple Hill
Good.
seasonally, and he goes through and makes sure that people are complying with the business license. Yes. Yeah.
All right, good question. All right, with that, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item. I've already opened the hearing and public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 58. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, well, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it.
I'm
What's
going to move approval as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
was moved by Supervisor Heidel, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So with that, we are now done with the business on our agenda and we move into to and froms. And at this point, board members may make brief comments on any commission meetings or announcements on any matters of county-wide concern. Who would like to start?
Go ahead, John. Okay, I'll start. On June the 21st, going back to last Wednesday, George and I attended the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee monthly meeting. It's always a great discussion to talk about the things that are some of the various outcomes from Project Frontier, and there's still discussions going on with that. I was remote, so I didn't get the best connection. So I'll let George comment on some additional takeaways that he may have gotten from the meeting when we get to that point. But my final one then is yesterday, I participated in the LAFCO Strategic Planning Committee Fire Summit Planning Meeting. So our LAFCO staff was there. The 3 ad hoc members of the committee were there. And we kind of laid out a plan for how we're going to address approach to this consolidation of fire districts. You know, we've talked about it for several years. LAFCO has a responsibility to make sure that the fire districts, are financially solvent. And if we have issues, then we're supposed to identify a successor agency, which could be El Dorado County. And those have been into discussions. We've had several examples from other counties of where they've had those kinds of issues, but we've laid out a plan that's a little bit more detailed than in the past. We're going to start with a chiefs meeting presentation. So the Fire Chiefs Association will be, I think it'll probably just be the ad hoc committee to get together with the fire chiefs and just kind of revisit what their previous recommendations were, give them an update on where we're headed, kind of lay the groundwork for the follow-on, which would then be attendance at all the county fire protection agency meetings. And this would not be necessarily the entire ad hoc committee. It's probably maybe only the chair, Brian Bierkamp, who would attend some of those. I would want to attend the ones in my district. I've encouraged the committee to consider inviting the supervisors for the district where the meeting, so that they could participate in the discussion as well. So we keep everybody informed of what that is. And that's primarily to determine the receptiveness of some of the proposals, because we're talking about a 2 to 3 service area model for El Dorado County with consolidations. But we want to hear from their boards individually and give them a chance in a relaxed environment to be able to make those kind of comments back to us individually, as opposed to in a large group setting. And then the third part of it would be the summit meeting with the final LAFCO board. And it's a workshop. So the whole public will be invited, a lot of discussion. But we felt that additional pre-work was necessary to kind of make sure that all the information is out there. People are well informed. They have a chance to think about, where do we want to land as a special district relative to a consolidation effort. And I'll just note that the consolidation of El Dorado County Fire.
Oh, your microphone.
Yeah, the consolidation of, I turned it off when we came back. Anyway, the consolidation of El Dorado County Fire and Diamond Springs is still ongoing. And we know that there is a consolidation for Meeks Bay and North Tahoe that's ongoing, that's being administered by the Placer County LAFCO. So a lot of things in the mix. And we also figured that, with all those things kind of in a critical stage of activity and stuff to push the fire summit, to try to get something, imposed on top of that is probably a little premature. Let those things settle out a little bit, because if we have the consolidations, then, it just takes a number of the issues off the list. There's already a consolidation here. Let's look at a bigger consolidation, but I think you gain momentum by doing that. So the bottom line is the plan to have a fire summit before the end of this year may be stretched out to go through what we believe is the proper steps to keep people informed and allow them enough time to think about their alternatives. That's what it really comes down to. So that's the last item I had.
Probably more important to do it right than to push it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so-
let's not rush into something that, everybody isn't well aware of, alternatives and consequences. And on LAFCO will have to speak to the responsibility to identify successor agencies. That's one of the things we need to do with MSRs. We agreed to identify who are the potential successor agencies should one of these fire districts become insolvent. And it's not a default to CAL FIRE necessarily, right? The successor agency may end up being the County of El Dorado. So we have to think about that in the big picture. Is that something that we're prepared to take on or not? So anyway.
Well, I'm glad you're in the mix of those discussions. Thank
Yeah,
you so
and
much.
It's
Appreciate
been
it.
very, very fruitful so far. So.
Excellent. All right, I'm
So-
going to go by
okay.
Supervisor
Hey,
Lane.
okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just coming off a bit of a cold, and as the day is progressing, I'm struggling a little bit. So I'll just briefly say that the highlight of last week was having what we called the Tahoe delegation tour, which included 4 elected officials and was sponsored by myself. And the 4 elected officials were Senator Alvarado Gil, Senator Dolly, Brian Dolly, and Assemblywoman Megan Dolly, and our own chair of the Board of Soups, Wendy Thomas. They were surrounded by, in multiple cases, staff and 4 different agencies that helped put this event on along with myself. And that was the TRPA, the California Tahoe Conservancy, the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and somebody else who's going to choke me for not remembering. No, that's the League to Save Lake Tahoe Conservancy, TRPA. Well, I would say that the Tahoe Transportation District provided all the shuttles for us. And so anyway, that was just a huge win, I think, very educational. You were on the tours. I'd love to hear your comments. But what we did was we tried to give them a little bit of the flavor of the basin. We talked about the aquatic invasive species. We took them out on the lake and showed them how we measure lake clarity. We brought them to a marsh that's being restored. And because of this phenomenal winter we had, we really got to see how it's working as a live organism to the lake, which is what meadows were always supposed to be. But due to cattle and livestock being up in Tahoe for years in the 60s and 70s, they made the rivers straight to maximize the amount of the livestock can be. And that created a huge water clarity issue for us. So we've spent millions of dollars and lots of time putting meadows back into the way in which they were always supposed to be. We went and saw an affordable housing project. We went and saw the Calder fire as well. And Chairman Smokey was able to join us for the meadow presentation and share the Washoe Indians experience in taking care of the land in Tahoe. And they are playing a big role in helping educate us as to how we can do a better job. And now we're all starting to work together. So just a big shout out for that, that whole event. It was terrific. And I thank you for taking the time to come up and be with us.
My extreme pleasure.
It was great. That's it.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Turnbull.
Okay, the APEC meeting, John, well, he zoomed in on it because I think you left kind of early. A little bit
Yeah,
after
the
you
connection
spoke.
was bad. So
I
just had
totally
to-
understand. And it basically, we just talked about what are the issues with the restructuring the matrix, especially when it comes to R&D, especially in El Dorado Hills, the light industrial and heavy industrial. And that's what we talked about, which I talked about, and working with Karen Gardner, especially the letter that all the board members have gotten in. I expressed that, and they had the letter, they showed it up online so everybody can view it, what we're working through. So there's some other issues that are coming up, especially a couple more warehouses on another particular parcel where the Tractor Supply is, and there's some issues there. So, and that's kind of what they talked about. Also, I got a call from Rebecca, actually twice. One time was from the water agency, and basically what it is Grizzly Flat now is corresponding with them. So we can work on to, because that ARPA money was sitting there, $3 million, and they need to spend it. And if they didn't do it, then it's going to go to other water districts. So now they're, actually talking now, communicating and working forward to get that infrastructure fixed. Because I told them you need to do it or you're not going to have it. So anyway, now they didn't even respond since last August. It's terrible, the communication. And they should have been communicating with the water agency all along, but they didn't do that. Also, Cameron Park, you heard about the Station 88. Don did a great presentation down there. He really did. And he talked about different ways they can try to keep it open. We're going to keep it open for a year or a year to 2 years and see how it goes. They need to look at other funding and stuff, especially grant money, to be able to come to keep that facility, working, especially that. The CSD is, I'm not going to say anything there, but there's a lot of issues there, but also a 3-2 vote now that they're going to look in, because the water agency put up $80,000. They had to put up 20 to hire this engineer to go out and do a study to find out where all the drainage problem is in Cameron Park, because it's been an ongoing issue for 50+ years. So now with that put in place, then we can go after some money, working with Marilla Gill, get some money, but they're also FEMA, because FEMA, it was declared a disaster. So we can work on some things and try to get that infrastructure fixed. So that's a good thing. We're moving forward with that. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay, excellent. And I would like to thank Supervisor Lane for including me in your Tahoe delegation. It was an amazing event, and your coordination and your partner agencies were phenomenal. And my biggest takeaway was I was so impressed with the engagement of our state officials. They were just, what you presented to all of us helped give all of us just a deeper understanding of the really complex and critical issues facing the Tahoe Basin and Lake Tahoe, which is the #1 driver of our economy and our tourism is that gorgeous gem that is Lake Tahoe, and how fragile that entire system is. I just gained a really deeper understanding, and the immense efforts and dedication to preserving that national gem.
Yeah.
So just kudos to all of your agency partners and your leadership on this. It was an amazing day. It was a privilege to be there. So thank you. I'd also like to give a shout out. We have another superstar in our midst. We just learned that. I'd like to congratulate Leah Brown, our Health and Human Services staff, who has won the 2023 Sarah Duncan Champion for Children and Families Award. And this was our interim director, Olivia Byron Cooper, sent this out to us. And this is a big deal. It was, she was selected out of a large group of nominees across Northern California. And this award goes to some of Northern California's most outstanding social workers. So just kudos that she has won this award out of a long list of deserving nominees, one of our own. So once again, that speaks to the heart and dedication of our staff here in El Dorado County, which are exceptional. So congratulations. That was very exciting. Also, I talked about it earlier, but just thoroughly enjoyed the Community Corrections Partnership graduation on Friday. I've already talked about it, but it was just an incredible day. And what was also phenomenal is that a Superior Court judge was there to honor these graduates.
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
these people have come through that system, and to have the Superior Court judge
That's great.
congratulate them and to acknowledge their hard-earned victories was just really amazing, as well as our staff and county leadership. It was fabulous. And Mr. Carter talked about this earlier, but I have gotten numbers from the livestock auction at the fair. Have not gotten final of the
Okay,
fair
all right, okay.
because
Go
the
around
fair board needs to hear that first before we get. But are you ready for this? The livestock auction brought in $879,000, 844.
Wow.
Close to $900,000.
Yeah, and actually it was a
Amazing.
record last year.
Right?
So actually they beat it this year.
So
Wow.
kudos. to
Unbelievable.
all of
Unbelievable.
our families and communities
Oh,
that
my
made that
gosh.
possible. And that's amazing. So what a successful fair for our county. So yay, El Dorado County. And,
Right.
amazing to all the people that participated and made it such the success that it was. Just
That's
well
great.
done.
That's great.
With that, on that high note, I will turn that over to you, to our new CAO.
Not
you.
effective yet.
Few more
soon.
days.
Coming soon to a location near you. Yes.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you for your patience with me and your confidence and your trust. Truly, it's an honor.
You've got it.
You're welcome.
All right. So with that, it is 3:21. And with that, we are adjourned, El Dorado County. So we won't see you back until our next meeting is July 18th. Is that correct?
Yep.
So we have a little break for our staff and we'll look forward to seeing you back on July 18th.
Yeah.
We get to keep working